You're listening to the Penteract Poetry Podcast, hosted by Anthony Etherin.
Welcome to episode 9, a launch special for Chimera by James Knight. As many of you know, Penteract Press is a publisher of experimental constraint-based, formal and visual poetry. This summer, the majority of our new books fall into the third category, presenting experimental work on the boundary of poetry and visual art. The first of these books is Chimera by James Knight. I spoke with James a couple of weeks ago to discuss the book, as well as his views on poetry in general. I began by asking what first led him to poetry.
I've always been a keen reader, but poetry wasn't something that I particularly enjoyed at school. It seemed to me very oblique and drab. And it wasn't until I was at sixth form college, studying English Literature A level, that I started getting interested in poetry. And that was really through William Blake. We studied Songs of Innocence and of Experience as part of the A-level course, and I absolutely loved it. It seemed to me that Blake, using the simplest of means, was able to show the world in a completely fresh light and to raise the most earth-shattering questions in very, very short lyric poems. And so that really kind of started it for me. And I suppose, at the time as well, I was getting very, very into music, sort of thrash and punk and stuff, and the lyrics of some of the bands was really inspired and interested me, and so it sort of took off from there. But it wasn't until I was at university that I started writing poems as such myself, and then it was years and years after that I wrote a good one, I think. But I'd certainly say that William Blake is a poet I keep going back to. I find him inexhaustible. Because every single poem seems to me to offer a whole world in this very, very condensed form. And I think because he's encouraging us to question absolutely everything about our world and our relationship to it and our relationship with each other, for me, that strikes at the heart of what poetry is really about.
Yeah, the grain of sand.
Absolutely, the grain of sand image is exactly that, and I think modern developments in science, I think, sort of bear this out, that the universe and matter and energy and fields and so on are far more complex than we could possibly have imagined once upon a time, and so there really is a world in a grain of sand. Yes, yeah.
So when I interviewed Stephen Fowler, he also said that he couldn't engage with poetry at secondary school. That it was the kind of he was being taught the kind of poetry that didn't inspire him, and I think my experience is similar. So, what was it in particular about what was being taught that didn't quite work for you?
I think a frustration with the language and a sense that something was being withheld from me, that something was being said that, thanks to the teacher's explanation, was comprehensible but not very interesting, but that it was being put in an unnecessarily oblique manner, and also, I suppose, an impatience on my part to some extent with that language, and feeling that I wanted instant gratification from language, and I certainly wasn't getting it from poetry. I also think it's because English, I think the mainstream English poetry has always been a little bit conservative. If you compare it with what's been happening on the continent since the late 19th century, and in the USA, for example, and in South America, I think English poetry, British poetry, has been comparatively a little bit grey, and we were given a really solid diet of that when I was at school. There didn't seem to be any representation of different traditions or different ways of writing poetry or different thoughts about what a poem could be. Even it just seemed to me to be this very self-absorbed, austere, elite form, I suppose. And that's why it didn't really excite me at the time. Though, as I said, I do think it was partly my own impatience. It was also partly to blame there.
Yeah, yeah. I think poetry in general has a fixation with a certain style, a certain lyrical mode, and the UK is maybe the worst offender. For example, with the kind of thing I do with the heavy constraints, every so often a poet will attack me, saying that it's soulless stuff. It doesn't have enough emotional content or sensory experience, and that's quite baffling to me, because the whole point of it is that language is the master and I'm the servant. So I'm a servant to the whims of language, and that has nothing to do with my sensory experiences or my emotions. So when someone complains about that, it's a bit like complaining that a cat doesn't bark and chase sticks. It's completely different category, and yet some people just do not see that. And I think that the education is to blame there, that we're taught that there's just this one way of doing poetry.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the ongoing romantic tradition. I think it's our heritage from the likes of Wordsworth, the notion that a poem is about self-expression. It's about exploring emotional states and communicating those to other people, and exploring who we are, exploring our own psyches, the details of our own lives, and so on. And of course, there's a place for that. There absolutely is. And there are some poets I love who do that, but do it interestingly. But of course, as you say, that poetry doesn't have to be that. Why does it have to be that? Very often, if you ask people what poetry is, they will talk about self-expression. They will say it's an expression of you or a mood or whatever. But why not express the beauty of the movement of the sea or something like that? Why does it have to be so anthropocentric? Why does it always have to come down to us? If you think about it, we are a species. We are apes. We are a species that is currently in existence on a tiny planet in the outer arm of a galaxy. We're not going to be around for very long. We're just a blip. There's so much more out there, and I think poetry should be as much outward looking as it is inner. And for me, a lot of the best poetry will be outward looking, but will also address, I suppose, notions of perception and the faultiness of the instrument, our own eyes, our own imagination, our intellects, and so on, in apprehension of the bigger stuff that's out there. And that's where things get interesting, I think, where something's a little bit more outward looking, yes, acknowledging subjectivity, our own experience or whatever, and the constraints of ourselves and of our language. But it doesn't always have to be a poem about love or a poem about despair or whatever. I think that it's I think there's a real danger of narcissism, and a danger that we become so wrapped up in ourselves that we don't see something bigger, more startling, more surprising, more interesting.
And I always think that constraint-based poetry has a very strong relationship with visual poetry. And visual poetry is another thing that gets attacked quite often for not being poetry. What are your views on that? Or do you not care about drawing a distinction between visual poetry and visual art?
It's a really interesting one. I've long felt of poetry and of art, and I suppose I'd extend it to visual poetry, that a poem or a piece of art is probably defined not by any particular characteristics, but by the way it's perceived. So if somebody says this is a work of art, it invites you to look at it in a way that you wouldn't otherwise. So, infamous piles of bricks in Tate Britain or Tate Modern or whatever. Well, they're not piles of bricks if you're invited to look at them aesthetically, or if you're invited to speculate on some sort of message or something like that, or to look at them from a formal point of view. It's the same with poetry. I think probably any text is capable of being regarded as a poem, but it's the perception. And so yeah, I think with visual poetry that's the case as well. And certainly yes, I think the problem with visual poetry though is that it's a hybrid of visual arts and poetry, and therefore it seems like neither one thing nor the other. So what is it really? People talk rather scoffingly about reading visual poems, and so, well, you're not reading it, you're looking at it surely. But well, no, there is an act of reading there, because whether or not there are words and letters in the visual poem, there's an act of deciphering or interpretation, and you look at the different shapes and colours and forms in relation to each other, and you try to understand the language that they're speaking. So I can understand why people might be dismissive of it, but by the same token, I do think visual poetry is a thing, and I think it's a very, very powerful thing as well. I mean, I've always thought very visual imagination, and so for me, visual poetry is the sort of logical development for my own poetic practice. And looking at it from another point of view, you could say that every poem, once it's committed to print, becomes a visual poem, because you're looking at it on the page. There's a font choice that makes a difference, doesn't it? The spaces between the lines, the color and texture of the paper, all these things actually make quite a big difference, I think. So yeah, you could say all printed poetry is visual poetry anyway.
I also like to think that when you're making visual poetry, you are really exploring that continuum between literature and purely visual forms, in much the same way that sound poetry starts with language, and then you just start making noises, and then you go further and further down that route, and suddenly you end up with music. So there's a nice parallel.
Yeah, I think absolutely there is, and that's sort of dissolving of those boundaries. I think because we do in all of our experiences, I suppose, as a species, we're keen on categorization, aren't we? Because if you can categorize something, you can understand it, and it goes right back to Aristotle. He was manically categorizing everything, and that was a way to sort of master reality, and it's a way to understand things. And visual poetry upsets some of that, I think, but in a way that enables us to make some of those really exciting connections between the arts. And you mentioned sound poetry, music, absolutely. I think all the arts, they're all in some sort of continuum together. I think they all exist together in some way. And what's interesting is when you look at these kind of transitional forms like visual poetry, sound poetry, where you seem to be going between the conventional categories. If enough of us were to experience this stuff and have fun making it, because anyone can make this stuff. I'm a great believer, anyone can make poetry. If we had a culture whereby people been able just to explore that, perhaps some of those anxieties about the categories and the worthiness of some art forms might diminish. I mentioned this idea of that we can all create things, and I'm a passionate believer in this. There's a famous line: poetry should be made by all. Everyone is capable of poetry. Everyone's capable of art. When we're small, we are encouraged to explore the world through artistic means. We make paintings and we play with language and we do all sorts of things. And then something happens to us somewhere along the way where we start to worry about talent, and we start to worry about the quality of the work we're producing. And I think that's when the rot sets in, and that's when people start retreating from creative endeavours out of fear. I'd like to see more people feel more enabled to engage in these kinds of activities for the sheer enjoyment and beauty of it.
Yeah, I think there's a point where we start to worry about what other people think, and then we kind of have to relearn not to.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
which is difficult.
Recapture your innocence, don't you?
We'll talk about your visual poetry later when we get onto the book. But of course, you also write textual poetry, which I can see now you mentioned William Blake, there is this sort of visionary quality to it. You recently had a pamphlet published called Self-Portrait by Night. It's published by Samson Lowe. And would you like to read a couple of poems from it?
Yeah, I would. Thank you very much. So the first poem I'm going to read from Self-Portrait by Night is called Dull, which is an experiment in polyphony. I've been fascinated by voice for some time and testing out different voices, juxtaposing voices often in incongruous ways. I did this on a large scale in my book, Void Voices, but this is on a bit of a smaller scale and it's called Dull. Dolly mixtures are made from the diced internal organs of dolls. Dolly birds are artificial sparrows, hawks and crows with strychnine in their mechanisms. Dolly Daydream is a replica of perhaps Marilyn Monroe or Pete Burns, miniaturized to the point of satire. If I ask you to inject my eyes with sleepy dust, you'll fucking do it. Count to 13. Count your unlucky stars. Contrary to popular belief, Count Dracula was not a vampire. He was a life-size doll that could be operated remotely. I never got my hands on the controls, I'm afraid. If you look to your left, you will see a row of wartime Hitler dolls produced by the Nazi propaganda machine. Note the stylized moustache and grey skin tone. To your right are the Hitler dolls made in Great Britain at the same time, designed to satirize the Führer. There is, of course, no discernible difference between the two sets of dolls. Synchronicity is everywhere. Let's shake our fists at the flags over there. I can't see them, but I imagine that they belong to our enemies, or perhaps the enemies of our enemies. Nuking is too good for them. I'd like to crack open their faces and drink the juice. I'd like to squander their livestock. I'd like to tip their little houses into hellmouth. It would be a wonderful bondage experience. We would never feel alone. Our feelings would set fire to the woods. Humanity would warm its hands. A Mein Kampf fire, a story. Once upon a time, in a deep, dark wood, a stooped figure set fire to a bundle of twigs, and before you knew it, the world had turned to ash. The end. Liquid windows make handsome bracelets. Hand me that fishing rod. Hand me that knife. A doll is a maggot. You know that, right? A doll is a maggot. Wait till you see the fly. The other poem I'm going to read from Self-Portrait by Night is much, much more representative, I suppose, of the pieces in the chapbook, in that it's much more concise, much quieter. It's called Monsters. There were held monsters and there were games. Sunset posed subtle harmonies while we worked out the rules. The held monsters tried to blot out our heads, but we didn't kiss, and everything was purple.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very good. And you seem to really enjoy performing, which a lot of poets don't. I'm not. I'm getting more comfortable with it these days, but I don't particularly like it. But I got the sense that you enjoy it. Is that right?
I do. I really do. And I haven't done all that many readings actually, but when I do, I do get into the poems. I do enjoy sort of inhabiting them from the inside and being the sort of different characters that emerge fleetingly in different lines. I've also got a terrifying bird mask, which I've only had a chance to wear once so far for a live reading. It was for Crash Cardiff. Back in November, late November, I wore that for the first time. I'm looking for opportunities to wear it again. It's a great mask. The only problem is that I can't be heard very well through it, so I have to really scream. But I'm looking. But yeah, the performative elements of poetry really fascinate and excite me. Certainly, I've tried to make the most of lockdown by exploring that a little bit. So I've recorded a few readings, and I've also recorded some visual poems in which I do wear the mask, some film poems rather, in which I wear the mask. But yeah, I think performance it's another element, isn't it? And I think I've always been a little bit of a frustrated actor at heart, and I think that's probably why I enjoy that.
That's what I was going to ask you. Do you act?
Well, in my day job, I'm an English and drama teacher, and so there's a little bit of acting now and again. I've never really acted properly beyond that kind of situation and beyond school and all the rest of it. But yeah, it's something that I've always sort of enjoyed on a purely amateur level.
Yeah, it's not for me.
No, fair enough. Fair enough.
I prefer to, I'm one of these people who's enjoying lockdown.
Yeah.
Stay home. So sticking with your text poems, how would you describe your process? Because I can see sort of form, but there's also this great freedom to it. So how would you go about writing a poem?
I think most of my poems come to me initially as an image. So a picture might present itself to me in some way, and I will then try to explore that image on the page, often employing free association to see where it leads and see what it might mean for me. But yeah, almost all the time, I've got a picture in my head, and that's how it starts. Sometimes it's a voice, sometimes I can hear a certain voice with a particular tone to it, and I sort of let that play out a little bit. But yeah, it's usually very often image based, and then I sort of construct something from that. And what I very often do, and I'm doing it at the moment with a new sequence of poems, is I tend not to think in individual poems. I tend to I might create something or half create something, and then it will suggest something else. So I put that first poem, that half formed poem, to one side. I then go and start work on another one which is related to it. A bit of initial work will get me to a certain place with that, and then I just leave it, and something else will come out of that obliquely as well, and I'll go to that, and so I might end up with sort of 15, 20 sort of embryonic pieces all at once, and then I go back thinking about them in a different way. So having worked on them intuitively, I might then go back thinking, right, I now need to try to find some form for this, loose as it might be, or to try to imply some sort of discipline on the writing, to explore some elements of it, maybe cut some elements back, and so on. And that shaping process, again, it's probably just because I'm very ill-disciplined. I won't focus on one poem at a time and craft and hone just that one. I'll tinker like mad with one, and then put it aside again and tinker like mad with another, and so on, and keep going back. It's the same with my visual poetry, actually, until eventually, through sort of 5, 6, 7 different cycles of tinkering in different ways, I might end up with something where I think, now I think it's probably done. So it's not a, yeah, I suppose I'm not thinking about individual poems. It's, for me, it's always like a little network of images and ideas. And what I'm trying to do is map out that network as I'm working, rather than working on, one building block followed by another.
Yeah. I mean, before you said that, I was thinking, hang on, this sounds a lot like the process by which you created Chimera. So really, the way you write text and the way you create visual poetry are very much the same.
I would say they absolutely are, because they both come out of sort of playful experimentation, I suppose, and trying to get something onto a page, and then just leaving it for a bit and moving on, and then coming back. And absolutely, with Chimera, that was very much how it came about. I had a kind of a starting point which I chanced upon just through playing around with imagery, and once I had that, then the idea for the sequence sort of started crystallizing, and I was then able to create the initial sort of base image of each of the other visual poems, or most of the other visual poems, all together in one sort of very intense period over a few days, and then went back in and started working on the textual element and adding words to the imagery and manipulating the words and sort of exploding and fragmenting the words, and doing to the words the same kind of violence that I'd already done to the images, because the images are always, and they might not look it in Chimera, but actually the basis of every single visual poem is a concrete image. It's a photograph of an actual thing, and some of the things are things I've photographed, and some of the things I've just taken from royalty-free photography websites like Pixabay, and just manipulated the hell out of it until it's unrecognizable. It bears no relation to what it originally was, but it has become something else. And that in itself is an interesting process. I'll see an image, like a mannequin's head or something, I think that's an interesting image, I want to do something with that. But then the process of deformation and mirroring and adding filters and doing stuff by freehand as well, like painting over it a little bit and that sort of thing, will very quickly turn it into something which looks nothing like the original at all, and nobody would think, oh, that was a mannequin's head to begin with, and now it's this other thing. And so it's almost as if I'm sort of working with an initial image, and think, oh, that's working with that image, but in the process of working with it, I'm making it into something completely different. So what am I thinking? I don't know. I mean, it's madness, isn't it?
Well, one thing is, I occasionally make visual poetry. It's my third thing. I do constraint-based, then formal, and then my third thing is concrete poetry. So I feel like, because I'm not really as well known for that, I feel like I can just enjoy it. And I do find it really relaxing, especially like this manipulation of pre-existing images. So maybe is that why you do it then? Because it's quite therapeutic and it's quite relaxing and enjoyable.
It is, and I think because you've got a starting point of something that has already been created. You're not starting with a blank page. Just toying and playing with something is it's relaxing, it's therapeutic, it's fun, and the lovely thing is, if you apply a lot of different processes to that image purely experimentally, you really don't know what you're going to end up with, and then you'll see something in one of those iterations, one of those experiments, you think, oh my goodness, wow, that's something, I can make something out of that, and then that takes you somewhere else altogether. But yeah, I suppose it's a starting point, isn't it? It takes away the awful pressure of the blank page, or which is like stepping into an empty room, and you've got to somehow furnish it and make it look nice. But if you've already got something there to work with that isn't part of you necessarily, that's an image you found, or a photograph or something, I think that can be a really productive way of working, a very playful way of working. I think playfulness is really important here, and although Chimera, for me, came to be a sort of exploration of evolutionary processes and the notion of a simple organism becoming more complex, and in parallel with that, perhaps words becoming more barbed and aggressive, and the interesting link between who we are, what we are, and the language that we use. Although all those ideas sort of it came out of it, I nearly said evolved again, came out of it. At root, it was about playfulness, and seeing where things would go, and I think, as I said before, I think children can do that all the time, and they don't worry about it. I think adults can too. I think anybody could make some really interesting visual poetry if they just allowed themselves to play enough. That's all it takes.
Yeah. I mean, there is the element of as you brought it up, the element of a filter. You have to have a good filter. You have to know what's good and what's crap. So you make 100 things, you have to know which 10 you're going to keep.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. And there are a lot of images that I made when I was making Chimera that absolutely were just not right for it. Well, one or two which were quite good, but just didn't fit. Just didn't fit the style or the theme of it, and so just couldn't be included. But yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe being an artist of whatever description is really about just making the right selections, and knowing when to select things and when to reject things. Yeah.
So we're talking about Chimera.
Yeah.
And this will be published the day after this podcast goes out. So ready up for pre-order for people who are listening now and can't wait a day. So how would you describe it to someone?
Okay, so it is a series of visual poems in which we witness the birth of a tiny organism, and then we see what could either be the growth of that organism or perhaps the evolutionary development of that species. It's some part of the inspiration for this came from The Blind Watchmaker by Richard Dawkins. In that book, he uses a computer program to illustrate cumulative selection and the ways in which a small change, a small mutation in a species might then further down the line become quite a big mutation and might add up to something else altogether. And I was always fascinated by those pictures and by the way Dawkins described evolution. And so I suppose Chimera in some ways is about that. But it's also about language. It's also about nascent language, and language starting off as something that is maybe just grunts and growls and noise, but that struggles towards some kind of eloquence. But it's a fragile eloquence that can be exploded at any time. We break down into grunts and growls pretty quickly, don't we, as a species? Yeah, indeed. I think that's how I describe it.
Well, it's an honor to publish it. It's a remarkable and original work, and it's available tomorrow. And we're also going to be hopefully on Twitter answering questions.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be there.
The hashtag Penteract chat from 2 p.m. I don't know if I've told you that already.
You hadn't. That's fine. I'm free.
It'll be 2 p.m.
Yeah, no,
Saturday.
Perfect. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, excellent.
That's not very professional. I should have told you in advance.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's fine. I knew it was.
I've just decided your plans.
I don't. You know what? I'm staying in. I'll be in that day.
Yeah, and of course this is why we're doing it. There's no chance for a physical book launch, so we're moving online, and we're using Twitter because that's what I know best. Just when we've had to stop the recording because of some glitches a short while ago, and the first thing I did was check my Twitter, which shows that I'm obsessed. What do you make of social media, and how as a tool for promoting poetry?
I think it's tremendously powerful. I mean, I joined Twitter, I think it's 2012, with the initial purpose of only tweeting microfiction. I was initially, my tweets were all a kind of surreal fiction. With time, I started to connect with other like-minded people and writers and all the rest of it. And I was in touch with Jeff Noon, the cyberpunk author, and he'd set up an account called Echo Virus, which was a collaborative account on Twitter for microfiction, and I joined that. I became part of that, as did Richard Biddle, one of your authors. Yeah. He also is part of that, and it was a tremendously exciting way to, through Echo Virus, anonymously share microfiction. And for a while, I was absolutely obsessed with it. And I wrote an awful lot of microfiction and micropoetry through my own account as well. I constructed whole sequences of poems through Twitter. What was quite interesting was that one sequence of poems about my alter ego, the Bird King, got quite a lot of reactions from people, in that people would tweet back replies in the same style, and so they'd sort of extend what I'd written and do something else with it. And I remember initially thinking, hang on a minute, this is mine. And then I thought, no, hang on, this is really cool, because this, people are connecting with something here, and they're continuing this sort of game with me online. So I do think, as a medium for creativity, Twitter is massively potent, and Instagram is as well. I'm not on Instagram, but I know that there's an awful lot of poetry and so on Instagram. I think some people can be a bit sniffy about it, but I think it's a good thing, because it's an accessible medium, isn't it? It's a way to self-publish effectively and to get an immediate audience. But I also think that, and I use Twitter more like this now, that that Twitter's a very good way for simply to get those conversations going with other writers and with audiences, and not to feel quite so alone. When I first started writing poetry, I didn't have recourse to any of this. None of this existed, and so finding out about other like-minded writers, contemporary poetry, finding out about magazines and journals, and submitting to them, and connecting with the editors and all the rest of it was really hard. And you spent your whole time typing things up and putting them in the post, and it was really difficult. But now it's so much easier, and I think it's really wonderful the way anybody can connect with the poetry scene now. Anyone can be part of it, and so of course it's a golden opportunity for people who've got work to promote. With a small caveat that I think you have to be careful about how much you promote it, and it pisses people off if all your tweets are adverts.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of, I don't know if I've always got the balance right, to be honest. But it's certainly, very, very powerful and exciting medium, I think.
It was good that you quite quickly found people to collaborate with. But when I started, I think it was about, for the first 3 months, nobody knew I was there. I was just posting poems, and it was about 3 months before anybody noticed me. So it took a long time.
I think it does initially. I mean, it wasn't instant for me at all. It was a few months, I think, for me as well. But it can be a really lonely place, can't it? And then you start making a few connections, and something sort of exponential happens in those relationships, and the follows and all the rest of it that take place, and suddenly you've got something, haven't you? Which is, I think, really wonderful, particularly at a time like this, when we're all having to stay at home. I think social media has been a tremendous solace and a reassurance that we might all be in our homes, but we can still connect with each other in some way.
Yeah, I mean, the first couple of weeks of lockdown, I noticed it went the other way, and people were on Twitter less. I think perhaps trying to avoid the news, or perhaps they just had other things to do. I don't know, adjusting to the new reality. But then it did slowly pick up again. That's been good to see. That people are starting to embrace this as an alternative to going out and performing.
It's another constraint, isn't it? You're a great champion of constraint-based literature, and lockdown is the ultimate constraint, and it's forced us to be more creative, and to find new ways to connect with each other, new ways to do things artistically, creatively, etc. And I think you've got to take the positives, and you've got to try to embrace that.
Yeah. Have you been buying more or fewer books during lockdown?
I think more. I think I've been buying more books. It's an interesting one, because I've read on Twitter, some people have said, I just can't read now. Under lockdown, I just can't read. I can't concentrate on a book. I've been reading more, I think. I mean, I'm still working Monday to Friday at the moment, but I'm definitely reading a lot, and I would say I probably am buying more books now, because I think I feel I need more stimulation coming into my life, because of the situation we're in. How about you?
I would say the same. Yeah, I'm listening to more music. I'm watching more films. It's I suppose there's the obvious escapism aspect of that.
Yeah, and do you find I often do that if I'm I might watch a film or read a book or something, and during that I'll completely forget about that situation outside, and then end of the film or put the book down, and a little bit later I suddenly remember, my God, we're in this situation. But I don't. It's funny because I won't watch a film and think, oh, this is weird. Those people aren't social distancing. I'm completely. It's almost as if there's these sort of two realities. There's the current reality we're now in, and there is the previous reality, and there's no kind of cognitive dissonance for me in just immediately latching back into that previous reality when it's presented on telly or on a film or something.
I was just thinking the other day, it's going to be strange if and when we are all able to go to the cinema or go to a restaurant. I can't quite picture it anymore because I can't imagine being, say, in a restaurant on a table and there's another table within 2 meters of me. I can't picture that.
Yeah, it's going to be bizarre, isn't it?
So you've been consuming more art. What about creating?
Yeah, I don't think I've been more creative in lockdown. I don't think I have been, but I've managed to keep up the sort of levels of creativity that I suppose I've become used to. I mean, I don't write every day. I don't make visual poetry every day, but most days I do something, even if it's only for half an hour. If it's only tinkering with something for half an hour, most days I will do something, and it might be projects that have just sort of come into my head. So there's a new cycle of poems I'm writing at the moment, which came about as a result of reading some books by the physicist Carlo Rovelli, who writes about quantum gravity, and then rediscovering H.P. Lovecraft and sort of connecting the two. So that has kind of spawned a load of stuff that I'm writing at the moment.
Now's the time for cosmic horror.
Cosmic horror, yeah, it's awful, isn't it? That's the working title. I don't know if I don't know if I'll stick with that, but it's sort of what it is. It's a collection of poems in which some of the insights of theoretical physics, which are really quite terrifying, really, are played out in a slightly science fiction-y way, or very much with monsters and mysterious entities, on the periphery. It's a whole. Again, though, it's actually quite difficult for me to kind of explain my thinking, because again, I'm really thinking in images, and I'm sort of thinking about some of the implications of quantum gravity and string theory and things like that, and the non-Euclidean geometry that H.P. Lovecraft is very fond of not quite describing. And so I've got these kind of images in my head of spaces which are in some very formal way divided up into units of distance, but where those divisions are disorientating and terrifying, and we're kind of in the middle of it. And also spaces, sort of weird geometric spaces, which become like sort of theatres or amphitheatres with an audience sitting around looking at the space. I don't really know what any of this stuff means, but what I do know is that, and it probably doesn't mean anything, but what I do know is that I've got these very, very distinct pictures in my head. And so I've been trying to explore those and let those pictures play out, and the voices that come with those pictures, let those play out in these new poems that, yeah, I've given the rather corny title of Cosmic Horror to.
Oh, I like it. I'm a Lovecraft fan, I have to admit. It's not something you should be that proud of admitting, but because his prose style is so frequently attacked. But I kind of like it. I like a bit of excess.
Yeah, I do too. I think people can be very puritanical actually about, clean prose, and I think actually the very very heated sort of feverish element of his writing, actually that comes from his enthusiasm, and I think that's quite exciting. And it gets a bit much when he says, "Oh, the indescribable, ineffable horror," and he's thinking, "Okay, how many other ways can I say that we can't put this into words?" But and and there are, and some of the stories for a modern readership don't make comfortable reading because he appears to have been a terrible racist. Yeah. But certainly there's a few classic stories he's written which really are quite incredible, and I think I read loads of his work years and years ago, and for some reason just recently decided to pick it up again. And I know why I did. I saw the film of The Colour Out of Space with Nicolas Cage. Have you seen it?
I haven't. Is it good?
No,
oh.
but it's really entertaining. And Nicolas Cage is doing his best to be a bit like Jack Nicholson in The Shining, and it's pretty naff, but also in places quite horrible and disturbing. And it just seeing that film, I thought, oh, I've got to go, because that was one of the ones I hadn't read. I thought, well, I've got to go and read The Colour Out of Space. So I read that one, and then that got me back into reading some of his other classic tales. Yeah.
To be fair, though, you can't expect Nick Cage to be subdued.
No, that's true. He is quite sort of magnetic, though. Actually, in this film, you're really drawn to him. It's great fun. It's just it's pure bubblegum, really. But yeah, I do recommend it for entertainment value, if nothing else.
Well, I said I was watching more films, so there we are. I'll give it a go.
There you go. Okay.
So, would you like to read some poems from this new project?
I will. Thank you. Yeah. This first one is called Exhibition. A red cordon delimited the space. An exhibition of sounds and agonies from 3 metallic apertures. You had to think yourself more intensely into it. You had to unshutter, or nothing would happen. Cold in the hill's shadow, grey snowstorm fuzz of fundamental particles whose quantum effects cannot be ignored. Impression of incantation or unscored song, looking into the apertures. Some of the observers attempted to record the event, but the temporal element compromised their data. Consequently, the cloud of symbols signified only itself. And this one is called Recording Device. We recorded ourselves on the blood machine. It was necessary to activate our throats in unison, otherwise the ocean's marble lid would never open. This required harrowing exertions that cost us our ability to merge undetected with humanity. Our eyes fuzzed over. We became viscous and pink. The blood machine made faithful rendition of our salts, our songs, translated us as waves. Somewhere, far off inside us, our code rearranged itself into a red clock, measuring the changes. This one's called Right. This one, like the one before last, Exhibition, was published by Burning House Press, although under a slightly different title. I've changed the title. This is my constant tinkering. So this is Right. You have to press yourself to the warm electrodes. Allow your torso to be enveloped in something like the sea or blood, and the voices will inhabit you in an operation unlike any poetry you have ever heard. There is a small risk of drowning, They will sit behind screens, impassive, unblinking, perhaps indicating state of mind by jabbing the dark glass. And my last one is called image capture. Nailed to the outside of space, the outside surface of the plastic container, nailed to the shiniest part of the fiberglass structure representing a spray of blood, nailed to itself and to your eyes, of course, to your eyes. One of the rectilinear entities, more hieroglyph than human, more symbol than animal, wails through the hot, glitchy night. Nailed to the text, nailed to scorch marks, counting down, always counting down, arranging the perpendiculars, setting you straight, waiting, apertures dilating, capturing the image.
Thank you. That's great. Good to hear the use of rectilinear. A nice Lovecraftian word, like curvilinear.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Words referring to kind of geometry and that sort of thing. We need more of this in poetry, and I suppose that's another thing that interests me is using language that has traditionally not been part of the world of poetry in poetry. I think it can be really startling and beautiful when it's done right.
Yeah, and this is what Lovecraft did, I suppose, with Cyclopea. I must have learned so many words from Lovecraft. Definitely Cyclopea. He used that a lot, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, when he could have said big, but it's not the same, is it?
James, it's been so good to finally meet you, and also to talk to you and hear about your process and all the fascinating work that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Likewise, great to meet you and to have this conversation. Very excited about Chimera. Thanks for that. It's been a fantastic opportunity, and I hope people enjoy it.
To discover more, visit us at penteractpress.com. You're listening to the Penteract Poetry Podcast, hosted by Anthony Etherin.
Welcome to episode 10, a launch special for Crayon poems by S.J. Fowler. As many of you know, Penteract Press is a publisher of experimental constraint-based, formal and visual poetry. This summer, the majority of our new books fall into the third category, presenting experimental work on the boundary of poetry and visual art. The second of these books is Crayon Poems by S.J. Fowler. This is Stephen's second appearance on the podcast, the first coming before the UK entered a period of lockdown. I began by asking how he's been these last few weeks.
I've been well. I'm very fortunate to be healthy, and I think that it's been a time of just being grateful for the context of knowing what's happening in the world, and having two family members who work with or recently worked with the NHS, and having elderly parent and so forth and so on. So in a sense, I've been galvanized because I've been feeling very grateful, and also the lockdown came at a time that was very fortunate in terms of my work teaching. So I was able to finish out my teaching online and actually build good relationships with students who are coming up to the end of their time at university, because obviously they were feeling quite vulnerable, and they really have been so terribly affected by the lockdown when you think about it, that I was able to really invest more time in my teaching, and then also rest, because a lot of people, I think, very generously have noted that my activity often is active to the point of hyperactive, and I'm really motivated, and I'm really kind of proud of my work ethic to a certain extent. I see poetry and other things around it as a job, and I was really hitting it very hard at the end of 2019, early 2020. So I've been resting and thinking and reading and inevitably writing huge amounts. I've been writing too much, and no one will ever read it. So that makes me feel the occasional sense of existential ennui, but I'm very grateful for that time.
I noticed that at the start of the lockdown, I think the first 2 to 3 weeks, I wrote so much. And then I think I burnt out. And after that, I had this slump. I think I was trying to distract myself.
Yes.
You'd say you've created more things.
I definitely have, yeah. And I think that the two main projects that I've had away from the work that I do for money have been to rebuild my website. That's been a huge project for me. The British Library Web Archive is taking my website, which means they essentially keep a record of everything that's on it. And they're doing that over this summer. So the website is like the cleaning of a house, you know what I mean? The work never ends. And also there's definitely a culture, I think, around poetry, which is maybe a discussion about professionalism and whether it's embarrassing to be having such a glossy website. But early on, I was robbing from artists and photographers and thinking, God, I need to have a really good website. And then slowly it became an archive, and then it became too busy. And I've actually had like a kind of semi-profound experience going back through 10 years of work and really trying to capture what I've been doing and think about why I've done it and what I want to do in the future by doing this enormous amount of archival digging so that everything I've ever done is somehow documented, which makes me feel kind of repulsed at myself, as though I'm my own biggest fan, but also having to confront that and the decisions I've made, which is good. So that's been a huge project, as well as all the writing and creating.
You didn't cut anything out from the website then? You didn't see something and think, oh, I can't believe I did that. That's good.
You know, mostly not. And there's stuff when I first started in 2010 where I was just like, that's a bit naff. You know, that's not very good. And there was some slightly flippant, weird stuff I would just post online, videos that I liked, or comedians or something like that, but never anything that I thought, God, that's horrific. What was I thinking about? Probably because I came into poetry at like 24, 25, having done some very different and strange and difficult jobs. And I suppose I was kind of fully grown. So I saw it like it wasn't poetry or art has never been an opportunity for me to develop my personality. It's work. So I think I saw it from the start as like a way to engage with people and to build an archive of what I'm exploring. So that was nice. I mean, there was also a crushing sense that everything I've done is pointless because, you know, I've done a lot, and yet there's this sense that it's perpetual, and you know, this is very natural and healthy, I think, to feel like what one is doing is a bit pointless, because what is the result of all this in the human mind? How far do we look into the future and think, oh, you know, there's be one day when I feel happy with what I'm doing and who I am. So I think there's been a mix of feeling like a little bit of pride and thinking very carefully about what I want to do. And then at the same time feeling like, oh my God, what have I done for 10 years? And I think that has also been affected by the lockdown, right? And we've all been through this experience. So
there's been a lot of reflection, hasn't there?
Exactly, which is not always good for the human mind. I think it's slightly overrated. I think self-knowledge has its limits. And I think, the idea of like reflection always being positive is a bit of a limited view. How has your lockdown been, Anthony? Let me ask you.
Well, I was going to ask you about the experience of a lockdown in London, because, of course, my lockdown has been in a small village in the countryside.
Yes.
And I'm kind of reclusive anyway. So really, my life hasn't changed that much.
Yes.
It's, I take the dog for a walk every day like I used to, and otherwise I'm at home writing, and that's it.
What kind of dog do you have?
A Cairn Terrier.
Oh, I don't know what they look like, but it sounds nice. What a lovely series of words.
I could go grab her and show you, but it doesn't really work on the podcast.
Yeah, will she bark on the podcast? That would be good.
Kafka, come here.
Kafka is a good name for a
Kafka,
cat
yeah.
terrier. Oh, Anthony, that is charming to have a terrier called Kafka. Is she aware of the bleak absurdity of life? She's so attractive. For people who are listening to the podcast, Anthony's terrier Kafka is a real looker.
She is, and she knows it.
She's got a scruffy chic exuding. That's nice. Well, that segues on to your question. You know, I can't have a dog in London because my flat is not big enough, and it would be massively irresponsible of me to own a dog in a one bedroom flat. So I'm jealous. I wish I had a dog.
Yeah, she's great. She's getting on a bit now. She's 11.
Wow, that's a good innings.
She's still full of energy.
Just like us. Yeah, the lockdown in London's been unique. Yeah, it's the first time ever that I felt like I could have done with some time in the countryside. I grew up in Cornwall and Devon, so I'm a big urbanist and a huge city walker. And at times I felt like my brain's been melting because I do live quite close to Hampstead Heath, which is an incredible fortune because it's an amazing green space, but it's really been the place that everyone's gone. It feels like from the whole of London. So yeah, at times it's been pretty chaotic and urban, especially early on when I was genuinely worried about my elderly neighbours and people I know in my community who have pre-existing conditions, and there was a lot of people around. So that was kind of a bit stressful. But otherwise, it's my home, and I love London so passionately, and it's not really changed that. But I think too much of anything can grind the gears. So yeah, I could do with a break from it now, but maybe not quite yet.
So you're off Twitter at the moment.
I am.
An intentional break from Twitter.
I do it every year. Yeah, I take a 5 to 6 month break every year from the end of my festival, which didn't happen this year, but also coincides with my teaching finishing, all the way to the start of term in October. Yeah.
What's the reason for that? Just because it's a painful place to be a lot of the time?
Yeah, I think I mean, no judgment of others when I say this, but I am ashamed of being on Twitter because I think it doesn't really represent the things I believe in as a medium. The medium is the message, as Marshall McLuhan said, and is absolutely true. Context is content. I use Twitter as a means to spread my work to those who are kind enough to be interested, and it's a take it or leave it medium. So it does work for me. And I feel like actually I have a responsibility to use it because I run events. Yeah. So I need to use Twitter to spread word about my events and the curatorial things I do, as well as my own work. I'm not above that, of course, so that people can come and the people I invite to read feel like I'm promoting things for them. But I do think Facebook was trialed at the university that I was at 15 years ago. And I tried that for 6 months, and it was so poisonous that I deleted it. Then I tried Instagram for 1.5 years because I wanted to be open to it rather than being some Luddite curmudgeon who said it was nonsense. And I found it was also really problematic in every possible way, so I deleted it. Twitter is the last vestige for me. And actually, to be honest, I'm being super polite about how I really feel about it because I don't want to judge others. I mean, one day I will delete it. I've been thinking very carefully every year about it, and the way I mediate that is by being off it for 5 or 6 months, and one day I'm just gonna delete it without telling anyone. I feel ashamed that I haven't done that so far. I mean, you're good on Twitter. We've talked about this before. I think you use it creatively, so I wonder what you think about it.
Yeah, I use Twitter out of complete necessity. I found myself at the age of about 34 with no readers. I didn't belong to an academic institution. I didn't live in the city. So I really felt like I had no way of getting into the poetry world because I didn't know anybody who was already active in it. So my only option was social media. And I signed up to, I did have signed up to Facebook and Instagram in the past and deleted those accounts because I hated them. Twitter seems different. I think if you use Twitter properly, it's a good platform. But yeah, I mean, you're right. There are lots of people who aren't using it in very creative ways, and there's a lot of hostility.
I think you're right. I think you've just described the very best thing about democratic access to content and the ability to use what we all know is fake digital representations of community to actually inculcate a real community, which you've done. You've used that segue. I mean, my equivalent was an interview series called Maintenon, where I interviewed 100 European poets, and I had to do that because I literally, as you said, knew no one, had no connections, had no support, didn't know how I was going to make any inroads into the thing I was interested in, and went out and had these conversations, which thank God 3am magazine published. And then I became poetry editor of 3am magazine through all that, all unpaid. And so exactly, I can relate exactly to what you're describing. And I think it's super admirable that you've done that, because now here you are with, a physical press with a lot of people respecting your work, with you kind of leading the way in many ways when it comes to constraint orientated poetry in the UK, which was necessary. So in a sense, Twitter is a beautiful segue, but it also is not possible to have any kind of like soulful or considerate or generous or intellectual conversation on the medium. And so I do think the world is worse because of its existence. And it does stand against a lot of things I believe in, like ambiguity and, consideration of those complexities in existence. And so my presence on it for the banality of immediate promotion does genuinely make me feel ashamed at times. But that's maybe a good tension to have, because one should know what one is talking about these things. And I think actually this sounds absurd, but I say it as a truth. I've been so well treated. So I've had no bad experiences. So a lot of it, I think, is just me being foolish. And that's why I take a break and don't delete it. And I'm glad I can connect with people like you on it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, and please don't delete your account, because I'd lose a follower then.
Yeah, you'd notice it. And people do notice it when someone gets banned or deletes it. Yeah. I think I actually do get a few emails when I go on my break every year. Like 2 months in, someone will email me, I saw you haven't been on Twitter very much. I don't know if that makes me want to go back on it or actually delete it all the more. But yeah, who knows? It's a curious thing. And I think actually nobody spends enough time talking about how exploratory it is. It's very new to the world and human existence. The internet is only really 30 years into our civilization and culture, let alone things like Twitter. And I think it's kind of fascinating, but then also we do know things about addiction and what the internet does to us, and Twitter is at the forefront of that, and it does concern me. I think if I had children as well, I would worry about it even more, but I don't. So at the moment, I can just be selfish and worry about myself.
I think of it as like the Wild West. You can't expect people to be civilized because we still don't know what kind of thing it is.
Yeah.
What sort of community it is. And I've noticed that it's so easy to misinterpret people. It's so easy to be misinterpreted. And people almost want to misinterpret things, or to take comments and use them to support whatever it is they believe anyway.
Yes.
And you can do that with something that's both short and lacking any sort of mannerisms and tone, which is what you get in a tweet. It's almost like tweets are designed to create fights.
Yes, absolutely. And I think also I thought about this a lot with my events. I've reflected recently, having run no events. Why have I kept running events for 10 years? There's lots of reasons. It's also my job. But also, if I can actually see someone face to face and actually listen to them and build a relationship with them, and then they support me, I support them, even if we're not close friends, even if we're sharing that space through the work, it is so inspiring and enlivening and supportive and wonderful. And a step down from that kind of communication face to face is maybe a Zoom call or a Skype, as we're doing now. And then a step down again is a phone call. And then a step down again is an email. And then a step down again is Twitter. So I do think that is something that I think about. But then I mean all this selfishly, like what is going to make me happier in the world? What is going to make me a better person? What is going to make me be more generous and kind? And that's why I think about deleting Twitter. But actually, I don't need to. So for the time being, yeah, people need to get hold of it and use it for positive things, but it depends on one's belief in the human animal, whether it will end up something that is positive or not. I start to think not, but then let's not be pessimistic.
I haven't taken an extended time off Twitter, but I did take a week off a couple of months ago, and it did me good.
Definitely. Did you really notice?
Yeah, and that was only a week. I think you're fine to stay away from it if you can do it. Because that whole week, the one problem was I was tempted all the time to just check and see what's going on. So I had to really have a strong will to resist that. But yes. So you don't just dip in occasionally throughout this period?
I don't at all, no. And you've hit on something there that's important to me too, is if there's something where I feel compelled, it's actually very important to me personally to not do it. So I think that's my problem often is, for example, my training, because I grew up doing martial arts and wrestling. I mean, I did it twice a day, every day. I did it professionally. My close friends and my partner, they have to tell me not to do it. I can't really not train every day. I started meditating a few years ago when like the boom of that passed and I could get hold of it as something personal. And now I feel anxious unless I do it, which is incredibly ironic. So now I actually try and not meditate, not train. And I find it difficult. And I think I felt that way with Twitter, just as you describe. That's why I deleted Instagram, actually, because Instagram, I had a really good experience with it. And I really liked everything I did with Instagram. I put it on private and it was nice and I was doing creative work on it. But one day I really felt I was standing outside of my studio near the British Library and I felt this urge. I had to post something and I just deleted it that day, and it was the right thing to do. So exactly as you described, if I feel compelled to do something, then I'm getting a message that I need to not do it, I think.
Would you say you have an addictive personality then?
I actually think I'm really lucky to not, in the same way that I'm very lucky to not really have a depressive personality or whatever the case may be. I haven't had alcohol 15, 16 years. A lot of people know that about me. There's a lot of things in my life whereby I think what it is I get incredibly attracted to the meaning that comes with personal discipline. So training every day, for example, is hard for most people because it's unpleasant. And then I get a tiny moment of meaning that I'm doing it. But then that itself becomes the thing I'm trying to do. So, I mean, maybe that is an addictive personality, but I think it's more that I believe in the kind of, just me personally, Fowler saying, have order in your life and chaos in your work. I like that. I like being organized. And I'm suspicious of myself. Nietzsche writes about, fear the systemizers. The systemizers are the ones to worry about. So I think my life is relatively unsystemized, but in certain things I like to have that because it's productive and actually just because it makes me feel content. But once in a while, you have to interrupt that, right? I mean, too much of anything is bad for the soul.
Well, you mentioned you haven't had a drink in 15 years. I haven't had a day without drinking in 15 years. So,
really?
Yeah, maybe I need to address that.
Yeah, I suppose it depends how much and what. Yeah, that's interesting.
Quite a lot sometimes.
Really? Do you think that's something to do with English culture and like how we've grown up and those things, that our relationship with alcohol is very unique here?
Well, is it?
Well, maybe not. Yeah,
I think
actually,
a lot of countries have a strong drinking culture.
That's true. I suppose in England, I think of the binary of all of us experiencing, say, continental culture, French culture or something, where I'll have a glass of wine and it doesn't affect people's, fundamental behavior system. But you're right. A lot of cultures have worse drinking cultures than us. I spent some time in Russia and I've spent some time in other places where they don't mess around at all. But there is something unique in England about especially working class environments using alcohol as a means of rendering themselves in a different consciousness where they can't think about the bleakness of existence. So
the one thing about British culture, I guess, is the Friday nights getting completely blasted thing.
Yes.
Which that's not me. I'm the opposite of that. When I have a drink in my hand, I like to think I'm a gentleman. whether it's true or not.
That's
But yeah,
better of the two. Yeah.
yeah, I've never really been into that culture of it's the weekend, let's just do nothing but drink till we're sick.
Yeah.
And
what is your drink of choice?
Wine.
So maybe you're more like a French drinker.
Maybe, yeah.
It's a civilized tipple that you have with your fancy food every night. I think that's relatively reasonable. Good for you.
Well, I'm thinking about stopping for a while for health reasons, because it can't be good to drink every day.
Yeah.
So I mean, I've never had any social problems with it, at least, though. So
that's wonderful.
That's how I tell myself I'm not an alcoholic, because I don't get into fights or ruin relationships or anything because of drinking.
Yes. I mean, I wrote an article about this, actually, that was quite well received because I was a doorman. And that's when I stopped drinking, because my experience of the opposite kind of, alcohol imbibing in the UK, the violent, I don't think people really realize when they're not in it just how intense and how violent that world is. And that's why I stopped. So it sounds like what you're doing, there's nothing wrong with it. Only, it's not my place to be able to say. And I think I used to get frightened by people who, after those years as a doorman, I'd actually be really scared because I just associate it with like, oh no, I can't predict this. But over time, I've learned that actually the worst thing it does to the people I'm around now, nice, polite, middle class, occasionally bourgeois people, which you're not, Anthony. You're just a civilized gentleman, but is that they're just insincere. And that's absolutely fine. A bit of insincerity is a relief from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, the people, I haven't met many in my life, but there are some people, and you just see they have a drink and they become someone else. They really do. And that's quite scary.
Yeah, it's super frightening. In a big nightclub, when you're 20 on a Saturday night, it leaves a mark on you about what alcohol does to people. So yeah, but I say this only for myself. I make no judgment of anyone else. Everyone walks their own path.
Okay, it's getting quite personal, this, isn't it? So I feel like I've just confessed something.
No, I'm interested. That's very generous of you to share it. Is it something you've ever written about? I mean, obviously your writing is not about this kind of thing, but I'm interested sometimes in how these personal experiences that we have. For me, it's been things like physical violence in England come through, ambiguously or contextually in the work. Just because something isn't obvious in a work doesn't mean it's not in there all the time. I believe that in my own work. So I wonder, is it something that you have thought about in that way?
Well, I've written things celebrating wine.
Yeah.
So there's no confessional element to my poetry, though.
Oh, thank God.
Because, yeah, it's all about, when I write poetry, I think about language first.
Yes.
I said on the last podcast I just recorded that it's about the master-servant dynamic, and for me, language is the master, and I'm its servant.
Yes.
I'm not one of those poets who's the other way around and thinks that words have to do their bidding.
Yes. No, I'm with you, but I think often, and I've.
Yeah, it just comes through anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think in say a medium like visual art, I've spent a lot of time recently looking at abstract art and contemporary art in the last 50 years, trying to build a huge body of new teaching materials for works that contain language and contain what we might call asemic writing, but are firmly in the art world and therefore not known that well in the poetry or the asemic world. And in doing that, I can see so often artists will do something that's entirely abstract, say just daubing pink lines across a white page, and then say, well, this is about my experience of being hit by a car or whatever. And you think, okay, that's interesting. How do you create that segue? Because it's a complete given that they know that the audience will subjectively find the meaning in the work in their own lives, that they'll see it. And this is the phenomena of people reading the labels of abstract art before they look at the actual art. I mean, if you go to Tate Modern and go into the Rothko room, you see everyone reading the labels before they look at the colors, and they're like, oh, this is about boredom. This is about fear. There's no problem at all in art for that to be the case. And, the concept of death of the author doesn't even need to be elucidated in art. We all know that you subjectively finish anything abstract and non-figurative in sculpture, in music. If you ask someone, what does Xenakis or any classical music, what does it mean? They'll be like, oh, well, I remember listening to it when I was 16 and I was on a boat and blah, blah, blah. But in poetry, because we're using the materials of communication, as you say, and the relationship for most people to language is building blocks of information loading and communication, we have this problematic issue where we're like, oh, because I literally don't describe my poem is about violence, therefore it's not about that. Whereas it's the same as the other art forms. So your experience with your beautiful dog or your experience with alcohol somehow makes it through an osmosis, whether we know it or not. So sometimes I think capturing that contextual underlying motivation is one of the great, problems of the poet. Do we want to know what it's about, or do we not want to know what it's about? And the fact that most poets don't even ask themselves that question, I mean, they literally sit down and go, I'm going to write a poem about this, is a bit of a, well, I think it's a reason why a lot of poems are not super interesting often.
Yes. In the last podcast, I interviewed James Knight. As I do with these interviews, the first question was, how did he get interested in poetry? And he said that not at school, basically.
Yes.
Which is what you said, and it's how I feel. I wanted to ask you actually about this again. I mentioned this on the last podcast too, but it's always good to have a rant about things twice. Only about once a year, maybe twice a year, poets will attack me for being soulless and just writing mechanically without any kind of feeling.
Wow. And
I think this has got to have something to do. It's generally British poets, by the way.
Right.
It's got to have something to do with the way we were taught. But form, I think form is more important than feeling in poetry, which isn't to say feeling isn't important, but form is more important. And form is not really taught. I don't think I was even taught what a sonnet is.
Yes.
At school. I certainly wasn't taught meter, and certainly not visual poetry.
Yes.
My school years before sixth form would be 93 till 1998. And I imagine you're a bit younger than me, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm 36.
Okay. So, but you're teaching people now who are in their early 20s.
Yeah.
So they've come through the system recently. Is it still the case that we're basically in this country just taught certain aspects of the lyrical mode?
Yeah, I think it's worse than when we were at school. Yeah, that matrix you describe is really important, I think, form and feeling, because I think the big question is I can define form, like I can write it out on a piece of paper, but when we talk about feeling and poetry or feeling in any art, we can't define that. It's subjective. For example, poems that make people cry make me feel nothing. In fact, make me feel alienated and anti-feeling. I mean, they literally just close off a little part of my heart and make me feel more alone in the world. And I don't mind that, because most of the world does that, because everything's different for different people. I mean, that's completely acceptable to me, that a majority of poems that I read do not move me at all, because the whole structure of what feeling is and what moves us or doesn't can have a base level of analysis through aesthetic philosophy and general agreement about critical ideas, but is subjective. So that which makes us feel feeling is not discussed. So that's what I think the issue is, and that's what I try and talk to my students about, rather than saying, listen, I think this poem is sentimental and hackneyed and stereotyped and lacking in emotional insight because it's desperate to show its emotional insight. Let's talk about what feeling is and why you feel something. And I've talked about this before. I think that the more that you investigate the theoretical context, but also just the experience of what poetry might be, the less that you get feeling from obvious sentiment. I mean, this seems to be a natural progression of the intellect and curiosity. If I start watching golf, it means nothing to me. If I watch it every day for 2 years, I go on a journey where actually my focus reduces. So now I'll notice the club, the swing, the weather, the history of that golfer. So when I see people who are interested in poetry, who are still interested in the same thing they were interested in when they started, or it certainly seems that way because they're following the most obvious and mainstream definition of what poetry is, I wonder what their intellectual journey has been like and whether or not they lack a certain curiosity about what's possible in the medium that they spend a lot of their life doing. So I think that what I try to do is stoke curiosity in my students rather than being the binary opposite, which a lot of the predecessors that I admire did do, where they're like, this stuff's rubbish, this stuff is the best. And that doesn't tend to work on people. But what I've found, and I really believe my teaching at Kingston Uni is a reasonable testing ground, because it really is people from all economic backgrounds. We have like international students who come from, say, from wealthy countries who are highly educated, and then there's loads and loads of people who are working class. It's really diverse in terms of race and gender and all the other factors that might make up an interesting and and fascinating mix of backgrounds towards what poetry is, where I get educated by people by different cultural backgrounds. But I sit in front of them and I do 24 weeks with a different method every week: visual, concrete, asemic, art, sound, constraint. We'll do 2 weeks on constraint with Ulipo, and I explain to them why meter exists, with the memory, trying to memorize oral poetry, and then what was the tradition of the sonnet about competition and about all these different things. And I don't present them lots of line analysis or overwhelm them with examples. And then you find at the end of the year that they make their own choices, but they are radically idiosyncratic. And they are fascinating, and they surprise me every year with their originality. And the only reason is because I present them with the possibility. I don't sit down and say, this is poetry. I say, this is what poetry can be. So I think I've experienced this thing you're describing in quite heavy extremes, where they'll turn up and it'll be, an experience of just reading, say, contemporary Instagram poets or Rupi Kaur or someone like that who's very popular. And that makes complete sense, because that's all that is available. And so I just say, okay, that's cool. Let's talk about how that operates, how that makes you feel and why it does. And then 24 weeks later, we'll find out whether they still like that, and they don't. So that's my kind of, that's my experience. I can completely relate.
Yeah, the astonishing thing about this, I think, is if somebody attacks one of my poems on this basis, they're not saying you're doing this badly. They're saying this is not poetry. You should not be writing this way. Yeah. Which in some ways makes it less offensive because it's not personal. But it makes it more bizarre that somebody would just say that you're not allowed to do this. It doesn't count as poetry. And it's an accusation that you see thrown at visual poetry as well.
Yeah, I've experienced that a fair bit with sound poetry, certainly. I remember teaching sound poetry at Tate Modern, and really the whole class telling me it wasn't poetry, and that dominated the space for a time. But who cares? Yeah, I mean, that's what I think a lot. I'm always like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's noise making, it's voice art, it's experimental music. It doesn't really matter what we call it. I think with constraint, it's particularly ironic. I think I understand why that might have stuck in your ribs a little bit, because that is really an interesting ahistorical approach to look at, say, whatever, the post-war movement trying to use like conversational cadence with like a British upper class register to lead emotional insight, as though that existed in the Victorian era or before, when that was all constraint basically. So yeah. That's kind of a fascinating ahistorical thing. I mean, that's why I've said a lot, that isn't it fascinating that constraint-based work is now considered almost experimental? I mean, that's funny. That must make you laugh.
You won't, because you're not on Twitter. You won't have seen a tweet I did on this subject last week. I tweeted that, do you know what the Sator square is?
I don't. Please tell me.
It's a word square, so you can read it horizontally or vertically, and it says the same thing. It's also a palindrome.
Oh, wow.
Sater arepo tenet opera rotus, and it forms this square. It's 2,000 years old. It's been graffitied. It was graffitied in Pompeii, and there's some in the UK from the Roman occupation. So it's this Latin palindrome word square. And I, obviously angry about these issues that we're talking about, I shot out a tweet with a picture of it saying, "This translates as a farmer named Arepo works with a wheel," meaning a plow, presumably. So this has amazed people for 2,000 years. That's not on the basis of its emotional content.
Yeah, that's it, because the constraint itself is kind of a universal interest. It's something I try to do with my teaching when I teach, say, Asamic writing or sound poetry, that people would consider it's not radically modern, because it's not very 21st century. They're both very much 20th century kind of experimental fields. But I've spent a lot of time researching the history of these practices, and seeing, Tim Gaze writes about Asamic work being in nature, or even modern examples of something like visual poetry in Lewis Carroll, or in French 17th century letters, or in religious traditions. Or sound poetry is so ubiquitous through all world cultures. I probably said it before when we've talked, but that's what I try and do with my students, and say, listen, this isn't some avant-garde indulgence from a group of French dudes in the 70s. That's not what this is. This is a ways and a means to actually express fundamental linguistic and poetic experiences in the world. Sound poetry is the noise you make when you're born and when you die. It's the noise you make when someone jumps out and you're scared. It's what parents do to their newborn children when they're trying to build language in a child. Sound poetry is not some dude, it's not Bob Cobbing screaming fish names. It's that, and also all these other things. And that's absolutely also true of constraint and of visual poetry. And that's what all my slides are actually with my students. I just bore them to death with, like, here is an example of a Christian fish. It has writing and it's shaped like a fish and it's about a fish, and this is 2,000 years old. And actually, they love that stuff. When I talk about all of the lost languages and all the hoax languages, when I talk about invented poem languages, neologism poetry, they love that stuff. They always come in the next week and they're like, oh, wow, well, these people made up all these random languages and scripts. And so, yeah, I think that's the base of what poetry is. But I realize I'm a bit of an outlier in that regard.
I think we might have talked about this last time you were on the podcast. The idea that experimental art and avant-garde art just existed for the last 100 years is quite crazy. Any innovation brings experimentation and a new look at poetry or at art in general. Typewriter poems are as old as typewriters, for example.
100%. Yeah, and I would go even a step further, and I think that we've made a mistake maybe in the community of people who are interested in this stuff by not tying it into more fundamental realities about existence and also histories with, like, I don't know, religion. I've taught a lot of, as I've said, visual writing, calligraphic traditions, glossolalia, all speaking in tongues. I'm fascinated by theology and religious history, though I'm not outwardly religious myself, because I've found enormous roots into what I'm interested in. And that's also why I've shot off into neurology and neuroscience, because there's fundamental pieces of evidence. I think I've talked about this before, but one of the times I really embraced Asamic writing is when I got to know some people who had profound strokes, and they were rebuilding language by writing out new alphabets. They were learning our alphabet by hand. Or when I got interested in therapy and therapeutic techniques, and I found that when people do writing therapy, if they type it, it's not as effective as when they handwrite it. That's not about the content. That's not about your feeling. That's about the physiology of handwriting art, of Asamic writing. Asamic writing and doodling is when the brain deregulates and the prefrontal cortex is no longer engaged as much, and your lizard brain is flowing, and there's a pen in your hand and your body's moving and you feel better afterwards. type out that feeling, stream of consciousness, or these things are physiological, they're historical, they're metaphysical in a sense, they're philosophical, and yet you speak to most people who are interested in poetry and you show them a samic writing or sound poetry, and again I see this with my students, the first thing is that's rubbish, that's nonsense. So honestly, rather than moaning about it, I see it as my job to create, as you've done with constraint and visual poetry, to create a space where these things are undeniable. And if they're then excluded from certain areas because of specific intellectual traditions in the UK, well, that's fine. No big deal. No problem. Are we all motivated by getting a review in a major newspaper, or are we motivated by sharing these ideas, forming a community, putting events on, publishing books? It's the latter. So yeah, I'm with you 100%. And I think we shouldn't moan. We should take responsibility and do things because of the things we believe in. And that's what you're doing. And a lot of people share that with us. So that's cool. We're in a good moment for that, I think, in England.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I think so too. Something actually you might be interested in is that Satyr Square. Early Christians adopted it because they thought it was so magical. And then presumably one or two of them figured out that you could make a cross out of it as an anagram that said Pater Noster.
Amazing.
Our Father in Latin.
That's awesome.
You can anagram the Satyr Square to make this. So that's an anagram of a palindromic word square that early Christians developed. I mean, if I were to do that now, that would be considered an avant-garde gesture by many people.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of that is about what we consider to be mainstream and normal. And we talked about this in the last podcast. I've tried to get away from the word avant-garde after we spoke about it, actually, when we spoke about it. And I was happy with thinking through it for quite a few years, and had some nice emails after our podcast with people saying, oh, that's interesting. That's helped me kind of theorize what I think I was doing. But yeah, I think more time that goes by, exactly because of what you're talking about. I mean, there's nothing avant-garde about what you just described. It's fully rooted in history. In fact, it depends on how we view history in terms of seeing how ubiquitous that is. It truly is. I wonder if our binary opposition is a reaction to what we think mainstream is, and we're part of that game, or whether or not actually we need to do that to create a space where we're like, hey, this is not experimental or hard to understand. It's actually easier to understand than the idea that someone writes their feelings out in a block and then puts it in line breaks and you're supposed to feel something about that. I mean, that I find hard to explain. My students often will ask me, why do line breaks exist? And I mean, there's a million books written about this, and I've tried to read about it, especially early on. And sometimes why, because of the history of meter and rhyme and function and form. But a lot of the time it's random, right? A lot of the time, no one wants to say to their students, I just felt like it. After the word duck, I felt, what, I'm going to hit that return key, because just duck, and then I'll show him E. Cummings, and I'll be like, well, he would hit it after the C in duck. The K would be on a different line, and they'd be like, why? And I'd be like, I could talk to you about projective verse, I could talk about dead space and typographical innovation, but I think he just liked hitting the return after C. And no one wants to say that because you sound like you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. So there's things that we consider to be completely mainstream and sensible that when analyzed, they don't make any sense. But when you describe constraint, or the visual immediacy of visual poetry, the fact that it can be cross-linguistic, people who speak different languages can understand it immediately. It can be understood on two levels. Children love sound poetry and visual poetry. It's completely open to everyone. That's easy to understand, and yet it's seen as something marginal. This is just about cultural traditions, right? This is just about, that's what we're used to. That's what was fed us through the school and the dominating presses and the dominating critics and reviews. We didn't have powerful enough advocates for the kind of work we did in the earlier 20th century. And this is what we're left with. So we're in a situation where we have to make our own space again. But it's not really working. We're still going to be marginal because it's just not in the English culture to be interested in that kind of stuff in a major way. And I don't think it ever will be. So we should all move.
Exactly. Okay, well, we really should be talking about the book. So,
thank you.
Crayon poems.
Yeah, it's been a really fun process producing it with you. So let me say first, thanks so much for supporting the book, because it is not a normal book.
It's a risky one, isn't it? But it's.
I'm glad you said it.
It's a very exciting book, though. As a publisher of what we might call experimental formal poetry, although, as we say, that there's an issue around that word experimental. It's nice to show that we are working with formal poetry of all kinds.
Yeah.
So we will publish traditional sonnets, everything from traditional sonnets to your crayon poems. Anything that has a focus on form, we're interested in.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's an interesting way to conceive it, because in a way, the Crayon Poems book is part of this series of explorations I've tried to do, which is connected to these ideas that maybe I've expressed in our chat today around curiosity. And one of those primary avenues of exploration I was interested in was in the handwritten and the handmade. And then I've done this series on 3am magazine, where I put that as the constraint. That's the form. You can only send works in that are made on hand, not with a computer. And then I've had sometimes, 10, 15 submissions a day for a year. So you're talking about thousands of people around the world being like, oh, I've got something like this. The amount of submissions I've had from 3am where someone has said, oh, I was doing this 8 years ago and I just put it in my drawer because I knew no one would be interested in it in the literary field. It's made me realize that actually people are interested, maybe because of the digital age and you spend all day typing, but also just because as human beings, we like to make things with our hands. We like to draw, we like to write. And so that exploration with Poem Brew, using my hands, using my fingers, using materials, has led me down a series of avenues. And this is something that I've been so fortunate to feel like an organic connection to. It's just really enjoyable and really fun. And I think actually the most fun I've had of all of these explorations over the last 4 years has been the Crayon poems, because I really, it's been wonderful to do, because I spent essentially a year when I had some time on public transport or in my studio with a big box of crayons that stank, cheap ones, expensive ones, roller ones, and then a few different kinds of paper, and then just be tied into the fact that I am making things based on that idea, that I'm holding a dirty little weird, colorful, waxy stick in my hand, and what will that exploration itself give me? Whereas with the other Poem Brew books that I've done, they were a bit more theorized, they were a bit more carefully put together, and they were aesthetically unified through material like Indian ink, a certain kind of paper, hand paints. This is the purest engagement with material and a handmade literature that I've done. So it's been really satisfying in that regard, because I had to then go back. I mean, I've written this essay that's at the end of the book, which I realized rereading it today before we chatted is incredibly important, because it explains the 50 works of childish madness that precede it. And it does so in a way that's more clear than I remember writing. But I only realized all of that stuff in the essay after I'd finished all the works. And that's maybe a good sign, because then I realized I was really engaged with the form, which was, I can only use crayons.
It's like you say about reading the description of a Rothko. It's better that you just did the work and then figured out, why have I done this? Exactly.
Because before the book, I didn't necessarily have like a distinct relationship with them. And I think that's part of why they appealed to me. I don't remember when I started making them. I think I probably was in Poundland. I buy a lot of my art supplies in Poundland. And I probably saw a big box of crayons in Poundland and was like, oh, let's see what happens with them. But I've done that 50 times. I mean, I've got a book that I'm never going to release, which is made out of stickers of animals. Those sticker packets you can get for 50p? I bought like 100 different kinds of weird stickers and made a collage book. And then I looked at it and I was like, that is rubbish. So the crayon explorations are one of many things I've done like that, where I'm like, how am I going to feel about this? And then the book started to grow really organically. So, I mean this really sincerely. it's so beautiful to see what you've done with the manuscript and how carefully you've treated them and how generous you've been in the process. Really, it's been so validating, because I feel like it was really exploratory. It's a really experimental book, even for me. But now I feel like it's actually a really satisfying and kind of pure process, because it happened so organically. I had the materials, I sat down, works came out over a year. We brought them down from like hundreds of works to 50. Then I wrote an essay where I understood why I was doing it, and then you produced it beautifully. So that's what a lovely process that is for me. I'm very, very lucky.
Yeah, for me too. It's been a lot of fun. How many exactly did you make before we got down to 50?
Well, I think I binned at least 100. And then I probably scanned a good 100, 120 that I thought were okay. So yeah, I mean, I think I probably made 250 altogether. And who knows why some of them are rubbish and some of them are good. But that is what happens, I think.
On the last podcast, talking to James Knight about this, we talked about the filter, the importance of having a good filter as a visual poet. Because you have to make a lot and then whittle it down to something manageable or something that works. I mean, so can you just describe why you would pick some over others?
Yeah, I can't. And I think the very nature of not really knowing why is a really important part of what we're all doing with any art or poetry. And it's, again, something I have a conversation with peers and students about. At the end of the day, these things are instinctual. We can develop our palette, we can grow into our spaces, but taste, or our own judgment, is a huge part of what we do, and it's mysterious. So I think I feel that, as you mentioned very, very insightfully, with visual poetry more than anything. I show my students, and I'm fascinated with these videos of the calligraphic tradition in Japan, where you'll see a calligraphy master knelt with a brush dipping in the ink. A piece of paper is placed in front of him. He makes the mark. It's taken away. And he does that for hours. This is maybe a stereotype. I'm interested in calligraphy, but I'm not an expert. How does one know? How does he know which one is the one? Maybe it's easier, not being an expert on that tradition in that specific space in Japan, for the people there to elucidate that. But we're in that experience as visual poets. How do I know which crayons had it and which should go in the bin? Could it be my mood? Could it be what I've read that day? Who knows? Anyway, but I felt like there was a concise sense that certain works were embodying the crayon. They looked like they were made with a crayon, and other things didn't. And then there were these two thematic ideas that came out, which I describe in the essay, which is the texts are about wonder and the history of wonder and the history of being surprised at existence itself in language. Some of them use Latin phrases and other like mysterious Heraclitan, weird, mysterious little offset phrases. And the other theme then is childishness and death. Creatureliness is the thing that I've said in the essay. So it was getting a sense of what actually was engaged with the crayon itself as a writing tool, and what was coming together as a theme within the book. So they're the criteria, but then again, it is just me saying, oh, I like that one, and then, oh, that was rubbish, what was I thinking? It is, at the end of the day, it is that for all of us at all times.
You took a lot of care over the order of the poems, and I think to the untrained eye, it doesn't look like there's any sort of narrative going on. So what was your thinking there, trying to get the right order? Again, is it a mystery?
The untrained eye is the trained eye in this case. Yeah, it is a mystery. And this is another thing that is an extension of what I just said. I have always, before I publish my books, and I've done a few books, I print out all the poems, or I remember with my book with Shearsman in 2017, where it's called The Guide to Being Bear Aware, I had every poem in that 70-80 page book of poems printed out and laid on my floor in my room for about a month, and I would move them in different orders, be like, oh yeah, the one that's about Gordon Brittas should come after the one that's about a goat falling over. And I would get so lost into that until a friend came over and go, dude, nobody cares, they're too weird for anyone to be reading something into the next one. I was like, yeah, but the feeling is that the goat one should follow the Gordon Brittas one. You know what I'm saying? So it's absolute nonsense. Yeah, it's just instinctual. And I felt like there was a rhythm. There's a rhythm. And actually, I love that stuff. I don't know how you feel about it as an editor, but you've been very generous to me supporting some of the decisions I made. But I love it. That's like the joy of the book. You're like, I've got my little hobby. It's like being a Warhammer enthusiast and like winning your battle. I love that stuff. I'm just like, this is where it's fun. I can play with this. The death's head will go after the picture of the pig,
Well,
which is a real example.
If people aren't intrigued just by that sentence, then I don't know what.
Yeah, I love that stuff. That stuff is like the joy of it. I get so into that. It's like, oh yeah, I can really play with something here. And you know what? There is a feeling sometimes where I'm like, oh my God, nobody cares. But then I've got, this is a big thing. I've got the feeling that you respect the work, you and Clara respect the work. And so I'm like, listen, if they respect the work, then I need to take this super seriously. And then I've got a couple of friends who I really trust, and a couple of family members as well, which is amazing, who I know they'll really look at it properly. And that's what I think about. I think, you know what, treat this like this is the most important thing in the world for a day, because you never know. As we talked about last time, if I die in some fantastical circumstance next week, I get hit by a crashing helicopter or something, God forbid, and people might be interested in my book of pig crayon poems, and then the order might matter. So yeah, a little delusion of grandeur is maybe the real answer.
There's a certain amount of fun in the notion that you're taking something like that so seriously.
Yeah, we need meaning. We need a little engagement with meaning, and for a little moment you can pretend that the order of your crayon poems is important. A little bit of delusion is good, I think.
So this is Crayon Poems, £10 from Penteract Press.
A bargain.
Bargain, yes. Full colour, 64 pages or 60 pages. Stephen, thank you so much for coming back on the podcast. It's been really good.
It's been a joy again, Anthony. Thank you. You're very generous. It's a pleasure to chat.
To discover more, visit us at penteractpress.com. You're listening to the Penteract Poetry Podcast, hosted by Anthony Etherin.
Welcome to episode 12, a launch special for Consciousness by Richard Biddle. As many of you know, Penteract Press is a publisher of experimental constraint-based, formal and visual poetry. This summer, the majority of our new books fall into the third category, presenting experimental work on the boundary of poetry and visual art. The third of these books is Consciousness by Richard Biddle. I spoke with Richard a few weeks ago and began by asking him what first led him to poetry.
Well, I was interested in hearing that both Stephen and James didn't go into poetry at school because it was exactly the same for me. In fact, I hated my English teacher so much that I actually wrote a poem about her. I suppose then I didn't really understand that was quite ironic. I was listening to quite a lot of sort of Half Man, Half Biscuit. I don't know if you know that band from the late 80s, let's say. John Peel would play them often, and they would do all these kinds of songs about kind of cultural icons like Nerys Hughes and Dickie Davis and things like that. So I thought I'd probably start the discussion with this poem because I can remember it still. So it was As we approached room 15, we could hear her scream at the top of her voice. We had no choice. We had to sit and listen to it, the boring drone of Shakespeare's clone. Mrs. Briggs, you'd be better off teaching pigs to fly.
Poor Mrs. Briggs.
She hated me. It was mutual, I suppose. Yeah. So that wasn't really a good introduction to poetry. One of the most significant kind of moments for me was witnessing a performance by Chris Cheek, who wrote the blurb on the back of the book, and Brian Catling. And this was a performance that took place in Gloucestershire at the Ely Arts Centre. I think it was part of a bigger kind of celebration of more performic and alternative poetry at the time. We arrived there, me and my partner, we didn't know what was going to happen. And it was an upstairs space. It's like an oak building with a massive space for performance, and then the audience was kind of sat watching it, and we were sort of tiered above it, as it were. And there was a door that obviously went outside onto a balcony, and Chris, what I remember was he poured some water from a bottle to start his performance, and then he came into the space and he had a stick, and he had something on the end of the stick. I can't remember what it was. For some reason I want to say lettuce. And he had a soundtrack, and he was kind of reciting with the soundtrack. And I was like, you know, for me it was like, this is really interesting work, because I'd started a fine art degree. I think I was in my first or second year, and I'd been moving very steadily towards performance myself. And Chris's performance was very interesting, and so that was what stayed with me. But Brian's performance was, for me, almost like an epiphany moment. Do you know Brian Catling?
I don't know.
Right, okay. So he's quite a big man, and he often wears these kinds of suits, and he almost responds to a space. And the first thing he did when he this is how I remember it. The first thing he did when he came out into the space was he took a feather out of his pocket, went over to the audience, and almost used it like a straw, and he was like sucking the end of the feather, and it was as if he was drawing the breath or something, or some life force or energy from the audience. And then he did a variety of different things. He had about 3 objects that were wrapped in brown paper. One looked like a medicine ball. Another, I can't remember, but it had a little handle coming out of it. And the final one, I forget. But one of the things he did was he picked up this medicine ball shaped object and smashed it on the ground, and it just split open, and it was a pumpkin, and all the seeds inside the pumpkin just sprayed all over the floor, you know. And for me, it was just like, I was just mesmerized by the whole thing. I think previous to that, he'd used the other piece with the handle, and it was like a music box, or like one of those, and he just wound this thing almost like he was imbuing the objects with some sort of energy that they didn't already have, to give them this kind of almost like a supernatural presence or something, you know. And the other thing he did was he took, it was quite a dark space, so he took a camera out of his pocket, and this was the time when, I think it's pre-digital, and he put his hand up and he flashed the camera, and you've got this huge, great big shadow of his hand, which just hit the wall. And he did this performance, and when I was thinking about it over the last few days, I've been thinking, actually, what it was a poem of sorts. You know, it was a poem that was performed without words. So you could have read each of these moments as a line, for example, in a poem or something such like that. And afterwards, he was open for discussion. We all went down, and One of the things about Brian Catling is that he refuses to record any of his performances, and any recording that anybody else does, he takes no ownership over. And the other thing is that he kind of refuses to almost explain himself, and lets the academics and the critics and the other people who want to write about his work do that. This is particularly his performance work, and I really admired that. And I just thought, yeah, that's kind of what I want to do. So I spent the next 2 years of my degree trying to kind of emulate some of the elements that I'd seen in Catling's work, I suppose. So for me, performance was always one of the key areas. And then I found myself living in Bristol. I went to a performance in Bristol with this guy who was playing saxophone and doing poetry at the same time, and sort of like maybe a bit like the Beat sort of generation sort of stuff. And I approached him afterwards and I said, do you want to do some work together? And he said, yeah, let's do something. So for one of the poetry festivals, we hired a space. He had his kind of weird percussion thing. He had some metal bars, and we had a shortwave radio, and he played the saxophone. And I'd had 2 texts, which were both erasure texts. I'd been working for British Telecom at the time, and I'd sit there with biros and just rub words out. They'd give us these, memos and things, and I'd just change them, bored, really doing the job, and just change them. And so I knew of Tom Phillips and a humanment. And so I was playing around with that as an idea. One of the things I'd erased was an essay by surrealist poet Paul Celan, I think, something like that. And that was interesting. It was called Bull. I called it Bull. And I just recited it whilst he was doing his thing. It was all going off. And I'm sure, the people that came to see me, I was working in an office at the time, the people that came to see me didn't know what the hell was going on. It was like, here's this person who sits there answering the phone in the office, and then there he was doing this strange voice stuff. And the other text was an astrological reading that a friend of mine had given me, and I kind of messed it around a bit and played with it. And so, yeah, so that was my kind of intro into poetry. I was trying to make a living as an artist, and it wasn't working. We had our first child, and I decided to train to become a teacher. And I trained to become an art and design teacher. However, there weren't any jobs at all. So because I had always had this interest in text and language and words and such like, I somehow managed to get a job as an English teacher in a school, as a supply teacher. And one of the things I had to do was teach poetry. So I was like very quickly learning a lot about poetry. And that was, I suppose, more conventional poetry, if you like. But yeah, that was a very steep learning curve. And it did kind of make me excited and interested in poetry. And I've always written, I've always tried to write. I've always been a member of creative writing groups and whatnot in places. And I just kept writing, I suppose. And when you're a teacher, you don't really have that much time to do anything else. So writing was kind of easier than trying to make performance work, for example. And then I found out about the course at Dartington, which was called an MA in Performance Writing. And I thought, well, this is perfect for me. I've tried to make performance work and I'm interested in writing. So surely these two things must combine well, and then I can see what happens, And as I was living in Bristol at the time, I managed to do it as a part-time MA. So I was driving up and down to Devon from Bristol every Monday. And I then started making textual performance work in Bristol, which was such a great city to do that in, because we had the Arnolfini. There were loads of people into live art at the time. So I got involved in the live art scene of Bristol. I did 3 pieces in a space, which was an old shop. I would collect texts from the public, ask them questions, use those answers in sort of performances, and write them on labels and string them from places and make installations. And I did 3 pieces at Arnolfini. First one was a 12-hour performance of a stream of consciousness text called 720 Inconclusive Moments. And the second one was I sprayed the windows of the gallery cafe with mud and invited the audience to write the names of their favorite artists in the mud. So we ended up with these windows with all these different names of artists, and all in different kinds of handwriting. It looked really beautiful. And then I washed it all off, of course, at the end, and it was all back to normal. And then the final piece I did there was a shouting performance where, do you know Bristol? Do you know?
I don't know it very well. No.
Okay, so they put this bridge over the river, right by the Arnolfini, and I was on the river. I was on the bridge, and I had 2 people on either side of the dock, and basically I was inviting members of the public to give me phrases to shout to the person who was on my left. So I would shout it to the person who was on my left, and then they would shout it across the water to the person who was on the other side, and then that person would shout it back to me, and we would see what came back. But it was really funny because people would come along and give me these strange words or phrases, it could have been any language as well, and I'd shout it, and then I'd have to try and listen to what was coming back, see if it came back in the same way. And I just loved the way it just changed and transformed and things. So yeah, that was kind of like almost the last performance I did, I think. So all sort of constraint-based work, really, when you think about it. I really love a brief. The first brief that I had when I went to art college was called Collection and Transformation. And my intention was, I went to college in Newport, South Wales, and my intention was, well, it always rains in Wales, so I'm going to collect water when I get there. Of course, when I got there, it didn't rain, so I had to very quickly think on my feet and think about what shall I collect. And I had this, I don't know, it was a moment where I thought, well, what I'll do is I'll collect words. So I went round to every person who was on my year, and I collected a word from each of them. I just said, can you think of a word that means something to you right now? And I got this list of words. And then I took another friend, and we walked around the city of Newport and wrote the words in chalk in various locations, and took a photograph, which was as a slide film then. This was 1989. And then what I did was I wrote a story that had all the words in it. And when it was first performed, all of the people that had given me words were in the audience. And I recorded the story so it played as a recorded voice. And then each time the word, or when the word that they'd mentioned came up, I projected the slide so they saw their word in a part of Newport and they heard it as part of this narrative as well. So yeah, I think I was making constraint work in 1989, even though I didn't really know it, you know what I mean? And I think I've kind of always, in a way, have done.
I know your work from, I think I first saw your work on Twitter.
Yeah.
And so I know that you were exploring this area between language and visual arts.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you started with performance. And it's something of a surprise to me. There are several people I know who are visual poets who started with painting and other plastic arts. So it's quite surprising, really, that you were a performer first.
Yeah, and actually, I think I still am, but I just don't do it with an audience anymore. Yeah. I think every piece of work I make is a performance in itself. By which I mean, for me, when I made a performance, what I would do is I would collate or collect some things that I'm going to use, but I wouldn't really know what I was going to do with them until I was kind of in the work. And that's kind of how I make my work anyway, I think, still. So yeah, I think like with the consciousness, for example, I knew I had the words, and that was about it. So the words would be the starting point, and then I would play with whatever mediums or things I could find until I was satisfied with what the outcome was. The only issue, or the only difference between what I do now and what I did then, is that I didn't, like Cattling, I chose not to record my work, although there are photographs and elements left behind. It was more about what was happening in the performance rather than the residues, and that's why I eventually wrote my master's thesis on this kind of sort of juxtaposition between the live work and what was left. So making visual poetry has been quite an interesting step into a more visual arts work space for me, actually.
Do you miss doing these big performance pieces in front of an audience?
I think no. Although I have been considering I suppose maybe doing some. Well, when we initially, when I knew that you were going to publish the book, I've always been really good Twitter friends with James. We communicate quite often, and he told me of you publishing his book as well. So we were planning to do a performance together. About 3 years ago, we started a Twitter account called Cosmologeria, where we would send each other 3 words to be used in a tweet. And so we collated this quite a long text, actually. We did it, I don't know how long we did it for, maybe 6 months solidly. And I was suggesting to him that we somehow perform that and use some of his film poems and my GIFs as kind of sort of backdrop. And he was up for that. So I think we would have probably done something like that. So yeah, that would have probably been the step back into performance for me. I was quite excited about doing that. But,
the world had other plans.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk visual poetry then, because that's what you're probably best known for now, and it's also the subject of the book.
Yeah.
So what caused this switch then to away from performance and more towards visual poetry?
Well, again, I suppose it was constraint. I think it was a question of economics, like getting a job as a teacher, for example, and a question of what can you do in a small kind of confined space. I suppose the thing I've got to say before that is I was quite a conventional poet for about let's say 5 years or so. I've written quite a lot of poems that have been published in other areas, free form mostly, and sort of, not confessional, but well, maybe confessional, maybe reflective, the sort of stuff that you see quite a lot of. And I think what my journey towards visual poetry is a kind of step away from that. What I'm trying to do is move away from convention, I suppose. So I'm trying to move into a realm where language becomes not just meaning, but kind of abstract as well. So I was obviously aware of kind of alternative kinds of poetry when I was doing my master's, but I'd never really delved very deep. And what kick-started it for me was finding the Vispo Bible book. Do you know that book? It's kind of, so I found that in a local Waterstones, and I thought, wow, this is phenomenal. I love this stuff. And I also thought, I reckon I could have a go at this, And so I suppose I just kind of sat down with some paper, some cards, some words, some stuff, and just started playing, really, which is what I've always done. I've always played with materials to see what would happen. And I was quite interested in the kind of work that was coming out. So I gently started to send stuff out to magazines that were saying they would accept, visual work as well as poetry and such like. And at the same time, I suppose I kept that very formalized writing poetry going alongside that. And one took over from the other, I suppose. So it's not true to say exactly that I stepped away from writing conventional style poetry. I was always playing with both, but now the visual poetry's kind of taken over. I'm becoming more interested in asemic writing as well, and marks, and what you can do with marks, and yeah, I suppose, does that answer the question? I can't really...
Yeah, I think so. I've talked to several other people on this podcast about what visual poetry is, and the way I've defined it is there's a continuum between language and the visual arts. And there's no exact point where something becomes visual art rather than poetry. And the whole field of visual poetry is exploring this area with no hope of finding the exact point where language becomes visual art, but just having fun in that area. And you mentioned the asemic. I mean, that's a huge part of it, when language becomes asemic.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something that I'm really enjoying playing with. I've tried working on a larger scale more recently, and that also comes with its own interesting problems. But obviously, for the book, I mainly kept it was all A4, and I've really enjoyed the A4. I love the A4 format. So also, I think that makes it visual poetry rather than painting or whatever it is. I try to use materials that aren't traditionally associated with making art. So like I use biros, I use charcoal. Well, I suppose charcoal is, but I will use a scanner. So I'll scan my work sometimes, or I'll often use tracing paper. So with a scanner, so you can put a layer of transparency over another layer and see what comes out. And I like it when my printer starts to run out of ink and it starts to give me things that I didn't expect to see and things like that, And I love whiteout pens. I use those all the time, and so it's been interesting using things like that. Because in my earlier work, I was much more interested in collage. I've been using a lot more collage, and there is some collage in consciousness. But more recently, I've been using my hands a lot more. In a way, I think hands are really important physical things that I totally relate to writing. The hand is the first writing tool. So I really like to get right in there. I'm often walking around the house with hands that are filthy, trying not to touch things. It's like, you can see where I've been. And
well, this book, and in fact your work in general, you do seem to want to try lots of different things. There's a very multimedia feel to it, and each piece you do seems to have its own materials as well as its own technique. So that's obviously something that's very important to you. I mean, how do you see the balance between traditional media, like, as you say, getting your hands dirty, and digital manipulations?
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, scanning is really key, because once I've got the image that I want as let's call it an analog image, I will then put it on the scanner, and it's not a particularly sophisticated equipment. It's quite old printer, and when I scan something, then I will play with the contrast, and I'll play with the the colors, and until I get something that I really, really like. And I've just recently bought myself quite posh sort of Canon printer, so now I can produce prints of the work that is made from the digital manipulation process. So what I sent you for the manuscript probably doesn't look quite the same as what I've got in my folders that's on paper, if you see what I mean. So it is important for me to be able to use the digital, and with consciousness as well. I did actually use a GIF making app. So I think it's called PhotoMosh. So I would often put the images, once they got to a certain stage, I'd put them into this moshing application and mosh them. I might switch the colors, switch the negative to positive and positive to negative, or I might just see what would happen if I press that button and see, until I got something that I thought, well, yeah, I could try that. So it is I do definitely play with digital technology, but I wouldn't I'm not using any really sophisticated software or anything like that. You know, I'm not a Photoshopper or anything like that, or whatever people do these days. You know, I love Laura Kerr's GIFs that she puts out on Twitter, and what she's doing with GIFs is just incredible compared to what I do which is just keep playing with things until I get them right. But it feels like she's deliberately changing things, doing stuff, you know. So I'm much more a chance man, a chance person. I love chance. I love seeing what happens if, you know.
We keep getting all these new technologies, and a lot of people resist them. A lot of people think it's, you know, art has to be kept pure in some way. And it's an interesting area. People ask me if I ever use software to write anagrams.
Right.
And the answer is, well, if you just use the software to write the anagrams, they're going to sound pretty much the same and they're not very interesting. So I try to avoid it. But when I'm struggling to finish something and I've got these few letters left over,
yeah,
of course, you know, I'll use an online generator to see what it gives me. So it seems like you're a fool not to use all the tools available to you, you know?
Exactly. I mean, it's interesting you said it, because one of the projects I had that I never finished was trying to anagram every line of The Wasteland, you know, Eliot's work. Yeah. And I did literally do that. This was before we had anagram generators, and I remember spending hours trying to find out what words can I get out of this, you know, line. Quite long lines, really. I think I managed to do about 20 before I gave up. If they'd have been anagram generators then, I would have been using those and going, you know, oh, this is a bit easier now. I can think about how to do this, you know. Some of the stuff you do is incredible, and I think that a lot of the stuff that you do is obviously coming from a place of remaking meaning. You know, you're trying to create meaning. Your language, the words that you use, has meaning. It's not just nonsense words in a lot, you know, that for the sake of a palindrome. It doesn't, you know, which I think is incredibly clever, and something that, yeah, I've toyed with but never quite managed to have the patience to do, I suppose. So, yeah. Do you find that you have a lot of patience with it?
My relationship with patience is a weird one.
Right.
I'm very good at concentrating for long periods of time.
Right.
But in most respects, I'm very impatient.
Yeah.
But that makes me concentrate for long periods of time, because I don't want to leave a poem half finished. I want to get it done as quickly as possible.
Right.
So, and if that means sitting down at 9 o'clock in the morning and not finishing a poem until midnight,
yeah,
I have done that in the past. But that's not because of how great I'm at concentrating so much as it is I just want to get it done.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a joke. So I would think, because a lot of the work that I make is quite quick, you know, because I'm impatient with it. I want it to be a thing, you know, and I don't want to overwork it. I think sometimes you can really overwork work. And the idea of somebody spending, well, Christian Bott spending 4 years making that, you know, it's like, wow, I admire that, but it's not for me, you know. I just want to the next thing, you know. So yeah, and I love that. I mean, for me, I lose myself in the play, you know. So I could be spending hours just cutting some squares up or something, and not really, you know, that's kind of patience in a sense. I think it's a similar thing to what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because with palindromes too, you can just get lost in them.
Yeah,
so easily. And
the manipulation is a pleasure, isn't it? Sometimes, you know, to just try and find something that you're happy with. But I also make a lot of mistakes and messes as well. So I'm often trying to work out how can I make this mess into something else, you know.
Yeah, well, on the subject of constraints, I've mentioned a few times on this podcast that I think visual poetry and constraint-based poetry are sisters, if you like. They're very closely related styles of poetry. And a couple of people have written in to say, well, what do I mean by that?
Oh.
So I might take this opportunity to explain. I've mentioned the continuum between language and visual art, and how visual poetry explores that continuum.
Mm.
And I think there's something similar going on with constraint-based work.
Right.
So you have language, and then you have the form behind the language at the other end of the continuum. So if we look at these two areas of poetry as parallels, if you think of a palindrome that's just a palindromic poem that's just that, no other constraints,
Yeah.
you still want that poem to read like a poem, in layman's terms, a good poem, to have all the normal tricks that are used in textual poetry. And similarly, a calligram. So, for example, let's say a poem about a tree in the shape of a tree.
Yeah.
That still has to be a good poem. But the more constraints you apply, the further you get towards a geometric ideal, and the less important the words become in terms of their meaning.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So you could pile 10 different constraints on top of each other.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to write something that sounds like a normal poem.
Yes. Yeah.
But the structure of the poem becomes the main aesthetic goal.
Yeah.
And you're losing meaning, but you're gaining this geometric perfection.
Yes.
And then the same in visual poetry. You
Yes.
look at the shape of the letters, or the shape of the words, all these other qualities they have, and then suddenly the meaning is stripped away, and you get the asemic. So they're following the same path. They're both visual poetry and constraint-based poetry are reaching towards some sort of geometric ideal and away from language, while also embracing language.
When I was doing my performance work, I made a number of works on windows, and one of the pieces that I made really, I think it was in a way my first visual poem, because what happened was I had a list of words. These words had been generated from a computer. It was, do you play Scrabble?
Yes.
Okay,
you won't be surprised, do you?
No, I did think, probably does, but anyway. So, so basically every letter in Scrabble has a value, a numerical value, yeah. So in the shop piece, I did 3 performances. One was called Consumed, one was called Labeled, and the final one was called, can't remember, but it was to do with exchanging. And the idea was that you could come into the shop and swap a word for a word of equal value. So using Scrabble as a model. And a friend of mine had designed this very basic computer program where you type your word into the computer and it would send back the word of your equal value. So it was a random generating thing. Didn't have a very sophisticated dictionary in it, so it was quite a limited amount of words that came back. But the principle was words have this kind of nominal value depending on which letters you use, and they are equal to another word. So you get the gist. And from that, I had another text. So the text was a series of words that I'd actually written on Post-it notes, and I put them on the wall as part of the performance. So I took these Post-it notes to Dartington with me, and I needed a space to write them, because that's what I was going to do. I'd intended to write them in a space. And I'd done one piece on windows already. So there were these really nice windows at Dartington, and I thought, well, I'm going to write them on these windows. So I wrote the words out all over the windows. And of course you could see what the words were. And I thought, well, this isn't doing quite what I wanted it to do. So what I decided to do then was I went to the other side of the window and I wrote the exact same letters on the back of themselves, if you see what I mean. So a B one way and then a B the other way. And suddenly this very strange asemic text started to appear. And for me, it was beautiful. And the meaning of the words just disintegrated because it became this much more sort of stunning piece of work, which was about a constraint. I'd kind of created these constraints. So I had a set list of words, a set space which I had to write them in, a set kind of idea that I wanted to somehow disintegrate their meaning in some way, and then something happened which was chance, which I kind of didn't know was going to happen, which was I thought, well, if I write on the other side, what would happen? And then I had this really amazing thing, and it was just that's what excites me about visual poetry, is that you can take words, you can take letters, you can take shapes, you can take all these things that have some sort of presence that people associate with something, and then you can blow their minds, because you can just say, well, what happens if you do this and this and this, and that doesn't mean that anymore, and that doesn't mean that anymore. And actually, when you think about it, language is abstract. You know, if I was to speak to you in a language that you didn't understand, you wouldn't know what I was saying. You just hear words, noise, sound, you know, whatever. And it's the same with letters, isn't it? And forms of letters and things like that. So that's something that I discovered and like to play around with. That's, you know, I think in consciousness you can see that it's supposed to be quite humor. I think humor is an important element in work as well. And you know, I wouldn't say it's a laugh out loud text, but it can kind of make you smile gently as you read it, you know. Think that. So yeah, it's also titles are something that I find really challenging anyway. So
me too.
Yeah, quite sort of tongue in cheek a little bit about it, you know. So I suppose for me, I feel like you get endless poems about dead relatives, pets, I don't know, whatever, all sorts of things, you know, themes, nature, etc. And I've written them myself, you know. I'm not saying don't do that, but and I was a member of a stanza group, and we would often have, you know, and I appreciated all of those elements as someone who was trying to write that kind of poetry, but I just got bored with it. And also I found it in a way not satisfying creatively, you know, that impatience thing, because I'd write a poem and it wouldn't be half as good as the last poem I'd read, and it would be like, oh god, so I've got to work at this now, you know. It's like I've got to find the right word, the right metaphor, the right ideas, and so yeah, I've just recently left that stanza, and I did actually take consciousness, that text in, you know, the beginning, the book cover, as a poem. And you know, the kind of feedback I got was minimal because they didn't know what to say about it, you know. Whereas when they've got, you know, words, images to mull over, like metaphors and whether or not they've got the right rhyme scheme or that image works, so there's lots more to say about it. But I think that they really struggled to say that, and I thought, well, that's interesting. How long could we spend looking at this poem, and what could we actually say about it, and where could it go? I don't know the answer to that question. I think that's an interesting sort of discussion to have, because I wonder about the book, you know, when you buy the book, how long will you spend gazing at those images, you know, before you move on to the next one? Maybe some people will gaze at them for long periods of time, maybe not, I don't know. I mean, what do you think when you produce the books? Did you think, well...
Yeah, I think everybody views these things differently.
Mm.
It's how some people will go to an art gallery, walk around in 10 minutes, and it will look like they haven't really been interested yet. Perhaps they have, perhaps they've really got something from it and they've got all they wanted from it. Whereas other people could linger over paintings for hours, and get nothing from it still.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. We all have our own way of reading visual poetry, but then we have our own way of reading any kind of poetry.
Yeah. And I suppose that is something. Believe it or not, I did a piece, which the labelled piece I mentioned. I remade it in Bristol when I wrote it on paper bags, and it was hung in the street. It was part of a festival, street festival, and it was hung in the streets. So all these paper bags were swinging across the street with the labels on them. And at the same time, I invited people to come and write whatever they wanted to write on the road with chalk. And this family came up, or I can't remember quite who they were or what they were, but essentially they wrote something on the floor, and this woman started to cry. I was like, oh my goodness, you know what? And she was saying, oh, thank you so much for this opportunity, because I think I can't remember quite what, but it was something to do with someone who died recently in their life or family, and they'd written this kind of message on the floor, and it was a really emotional experience. And I was thinking, well, because obviously conventional poetry, let's call it, has kind of a very deep kind of emotive kind of energy about it often. And I was thinking, so can you get emotive energy into like a piece like that? And that was the first and only piece I've ever made that's ever made anyone cry. So I think that was quite interesting in itself. But yeah,
how did that feel? How did you feel?
I just felt really honoured. It was like it was a powerful moment, definitely. Yeah. And I mean, not that I want people to cry when they look at my work, but I want them to have some sort of emotional reaction to it, even if it's hatred or something. It's like, I suppose we all do anyway, don't we? But I mean, the title is important to me. Consciousness. It was an interesting word to find, because.
Well, we should talk a bit more about what the book is.
Yeah.
How would you describe it to people?
Yeah. Okay. So, in my life, I've done some meditation practice. I've been interested in Buddhism. I've been interested in non-duality and some spiritual practice, if you like. I once did a 10-day silent meditation retreat, which was quite a phenomenal experience. And so for me, consciousness is a really important and interesting thing to be working with, if you like. So it's difficult to say this without sounding strange, but maybe if you look at it from a quantum perspective, there are a number of different people who would say that all things are made of consciousness, because without consciousness, what would there be? So that matter doesn't exist. Yeah. So that's a principle or an idea that many Eastern philosophies would discuss and talk about. So I'm of this view myself, and I thought, well, it would be really interesting to take a word that has such deep significance in a way, and kind of turn it on its head a little bit. So, and it was just really fortuitous that there were so many words that I could find within it, that one single word, that just seemed so strange and alternative to that idea. But at the same time, they are kind of being made of it. See what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see. And so this is, of course, it's a lipogrammatic constraint that gives you a set of words. They are words that appear within the word consciousness.
Yeah.
But you go from there. So you've got a list of words found lipogrammatically.
Yeah.
But then it's a visual poetry book.
Yes.
So how do you go from that to the visuals?
So I did make each poem that's in the book, each visual poem that's in the book, that is the order in which I made them. Which is the order in which the words alphabetically come out of the word consciousness. So I stuck very closely to that structure. So the first word is cine, and that was the first word that I started to play with, and that's the end credits poem, which is the first poem in the book. Yeah. So I just basically took each word, and the first thing I probably did was just write the word on a computer, and then see what I could do with it. I would change the fonts or make it bigger or do something, and just see where it went, really. So I always started with the word, and then and some of the poems took much longer to make than others. Some, like the one that's souse, which is just soak, the word soak repeated over and over again. I think I did literally soak it in water, and the ink started to run, and it just formed this beautiful smudge almost, and once I dried it out and put it on the scanner and scanned it, I was like, well, don't really need to do much more to that. So that one's finished, you know, and then move on to the next one. So yeah, it was I as I said at the beginning, I love briefs, so I always give myself a little brief. So this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to find a word. I'm going to see how it works for that, you know. And the title cover was really interesting because I had that. I'm showing you. I had it as a Word document, and then I found out you can change the color of the background. So I changed it to black and put the letters in white. And then I just took a photograph of the screen on my phone, and it was a really poor photograph, but I really liked it. And then I started to play around with it, and what you've done with it has made it really beautiful because you've given that solid black background that works. I really am very pleased with that. But that's the sort of thing that would happen. You know, that's how I made my work. That sort of thing happens, and I go, oh wow, you know. And so as I'm making the work all the time, there's always these moments where I have to say to myself, that's perfect now. That's as I want it to be. And I cannot know when that's going to happen. That's what I think is really interesting about.
Yeah, because it's pure playfulness.
It totally is.
You know, you're starting with a word game,
yeah,
then you're trying out, you know, letter manipulations, and you're bringing in all these different media, and you're soaking some pages, you're scanning everything in. It sounds like it was a lot of fun to make.
It was, yeah. And it came together quite quickly once I had the initial idea. Some of the pieces, as I said, some of them were easier to make than others, or more interesting to make, or came quicker or less, you know. So yeah, you can still see some of the words within the work, which is something that I'm being less interested in at the moment. I'm more interested in shape and like the ecemic, as I was saying earlier. I'm sort of much more kind of moving towards that at the moment. But I am also planning to play with words in the same way that I played with the word consciousness.
Well, would you like to read the one poem that can be read from the book?
I will give it a go.
Okay. So this is the front cover.
Yeah, I don't know how long it's going to take. Okay, so let's give it a go.
Thank you. Well done. I think on that note, Richard, thank you so much for talking to me. It's been really good fun.
Thank you. It's good to meet you as well at last, and yeah, I look forward to hearing this come out.
To discover more, visit us at penteractpress.com. You're listening to the Penteract Poetry Podcast, hosted by Anthony Etherin.
Welcome to episode 13, a launch special for Letter-Winged Kite by John Bevis. As many of you know, Penteract Press is a publisher of experimental constraint-based, formal and visual poetry. This summer we are launching 5 new books. The 4th is Letter-Winged Kite, a varied collection of poems composed entirely of common English bird names. I spoke with John a few weeks ago and began by asking him what first led him to the world of poetry.
We were a good reading family. We used to go to the library every week as a family trip, and my brother and sister are both a few years older than me, so I guess I was going to the library before I could read, probably before I could even speak. So books were there right from the beginning. We had lots of books at home, and my dad was a printer, so we learnt not only to love reading, but also to respect books as objects, which I think is something that has stayed with me. Then poetry at primary school, we did a lot of poetry, which I enjoyed very much. Walter de la Mare, Robert Browning, John Masefield's Quinquereme of Nineveh and all that stuff, these very exotic words that I'd never come across before. And it kind of didn't matter that you didn't know what it meant. It was an exciting world out there. So that was great. I went on from there to grammar school, and that was just totally different. I don't remember a lot of poetry from grammar school. They had a strange curriculum where you kind of did the whole of English literature over the course of 5 years chronologically. So we were thrown in at the age of 11 with Beowulf and Wynkyn de Worde and Chaucer and stuff, and it just went straight over my head, really. There were other kids there who were from prep school, and I guess they were kind of geared up to this, but I really wasn't, and I got kind of left behind there. I did enjoy English grammar. I enjoyed later English literature, and the best thing in school for me was writing essays in English. When it came to choosing A-levels, the school was streamed, so you had to choose between either maths and science or arts. My best subjects were English and maths. So I had to go one way or the other, and I was cajoled really, into doing maths and science, which I didn't enjoy. And I always regretted not having that English education at A-level and beyond. So when I left school, I hadn't a clue what I wanted to do, and got a job in a building site, and then found that I had sufficient qualifications to get into a polytechnic. And when I was at Polytechnic, I had a couple of close friends from school who were both at polytechnics, and we got into writing to each other, not straightforward letters, but kind of entertainments and a bit of theatrical stuff and a bit of poetry, and this became a big part of my life. And that's where I really got into sort of creative stream of consciousness kind of writing. The course got more and more boring, and the second year I spent sitting in the cottage I was then sharing with 3 psychology students from the university who had a way more interesting life than I did, and what they were studying was really interesting. And introduced me to a lot of new music and new reading, Kerouac and Tom Wolfe and Ken Kesey and all that kind of stuff. So I gradually dropped out of the Polytechnic and eventually realised that I wasn't going back. So I went home, and my mum and dad were very nice about it. And my dad said, well, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I'm really interested in books. So he got me a copy of the Yellow Pages, and I went through it and found there were about 30 booksellers locally, and I wrote to them all. And from that, I got 2 job offers. And the one I took was a company called Stevens and Brown, who had a vacancy in their London office in Marylebone. And they were a library agency, and they had contracts to supply American libraries, university libraries and public libraries with books that were published, new books from the UK. The main client was the Library of Congress, and their remit was to take 1 copy of every new book published in the United Kingdom, which meant that through the doors of that office, we had the most amazing array of new publications from all kinds of publishers, from the mainstream to the very obscure. And I got interested in the more obscure stuff, which was published in limited editions or small editions, ranging from very elaborate livres d'artiste, which were, you'd kind of want to wear white gloves to touch them, and they didn't kind of appeal to me very much. I thought books were for getting involved in, and these were kind of things to put on a pedestal. And at the other extreme were little, very cheaply produced, mimeographed, stapled, thrown together little books, which were great because somebody loved them, and that was their, it was their work, and I really wanted to get more involved in that aspect of publishing. After I'd been there for a while, we had a new recruit coming in, and this was a guy called Colin Sackett, and Colin then subsequently had an amazing life producing, designing, printing books for small press publishers. And since, I guess, about 10 years ago, he's been running Uniform Books, which is a really top-rate small press, really fascinating back catalogue. So he and I both kind of honed in on these small presses. And I remember one day he said, have you seen this stuff from Wild Hawthorne Press? It's quite interesting. A guy called Ian Hamilton Finlay. And he showed me a couple of these books, and I thought they were absolutely amazing. The one I remember was called From an Inland Garden, and it was graphics by an artist called Ian Gardner, and they were almost like from a children's book, and they were captioned with a few words by Ian Hamilton Finlay, and the captions had this kind of curious, oblique relationship to the images, and you couldn't quite figure out what was going on there. And I thought this was just brilliant. Colin and I both started collecting Ian Hamilton Finlay books around that time, and a few other presses as well, Beauchest and Gababocus, for example. At that time, I'd got this idea that poetry was the thing. I didn't know really anything much about poetry, but I thought if I was going to be writing, I should be writing poetry. And if I was writing poetry, then it was no good writing it and sticking it under the mattress. What you had to do was to find an audience and test it out on the audience, and that was the way to improve. So I found there were various poetry groups meeting in rooms above pubs and things, and I went to a couple of these. There was I think the first one I went to was in a pub in Fulham, and I remember one of the other poets said, I was wondering whether it would be appropriate to write a poem about the feelings and sensations of inheriting a very large sum of money. And at that point I thought, well, I guess I'm not really in the right place here. And I looked for another poetry group and found there's a place called the Poetry Society in Earl's Court, which was near where I was living. So I went along there. They had a thing called Poetry Round on Wednesday evenings. And this was run by a guy called Bob Cobbing. And we went along and read our stuff. And I thought, there's going to be a Bob Cobbing, a long-haired, beardy, sandal-wearing guy in all of these poetry groups, not realizing that Bob Cobbing was the greatest sound poet in the country, possibly one of the greatest sound poets in the world, a leading concrete poet, a really quite amazing character, and I was very, very lucky to be there. So we did these poetry readings where we'd go around in a circle and read something each and have a little chat about it. And it was in the basement bar, so we'd have a drink at half time. And then Bob Cobbing would read some stuff of his own, either alone or with some of the other poets that were there at the time, P.C. Fencott, Bill Griffiths, Jeremy Adler, a few other guys who were also very amazing sound poets. And this was a quite amazing revelation that poetry could be this kind of oral, kind of mind-boggling thing where you didn't really know what was going on. You didn't really know if it had any sense, but that kind of didn't matter. Like going back to the John Masefield thing with words that you don't understand. So that was quite an education. And then the two things came together when the Poetry Society published a newsletter with an article about a press called Blue Tunnel Press in Bradford. And this was run by Ian Gardner, who had done the first Ian Hamilton Findlay book I saw, and his wife Anne. And they were making small booklets and cards and things. And the article said, if you're interested in this, write to them and they'll send some sample publications. So I wrote to them and they sent me a few publications and a very nice letter and an invitation to an art exhibition which Ian Gardner was having in a West End gallery, Francis Kyle Gallery, and an invitation to the private view. And I thought, this is amazing. This is a whole other world I kind of arrived into, going to a private view in the West End. It's fabulous. So I went along to that. Ian was very genial and very welcoming, and that was great. And then there were a whole bunch of his friends there, and a lot of them I knew their names because they were collaborators with Ian Hamilton Findlay, Stephen Duncalf, Carl Torrock, Simon Cutts were all at this opening. So I got to know them, and Simon Cutts had just the previous month opened a new gallery called Coracle Press in Camberwell, and he said, come on down, you'll like it. And I was still a bit kind of wary about my position in the art world because I didn't really know anything about it, but I went along anyway, and it was great. There was nothing kind of elitist about it. It was a kind of down to earth world. You know, this is what people did. They made art. They wrote poems. It was, you know, like doing a job, but kind of more inspiring. So I kept going down to the gallery in Camberwell as a regular thing. They changed exhibitions every month or so, and I got to know quite a few of the people around the gallery. About that time, Colin Sackett bought a tabletop printing press, letterpress machine, and we started making work on that. And then a bit later, I bought my own Adana press and some type, and started making books and cards and odd things that I'd written. And then one day I got a phone call from Simon Cutts from the Camberwell Gallery, and he asked me if I'd like to work there. There was a flat above the gallery that I could live in. So I moved in there with my girlfriend and was kind of thrown in at the deep end of living and working in a gallery, getting to know a lot of fascinating people very well. Colin came and worked there as well, and I was mostly involved in printing. We were printing at first invitation cards and catalogues and books to go with exhibitions, artist books. Then it kind of built up and we started doing work for other galleries, Anthony Doffey Gallery, Listen Gallery, and it kind of snowballed from that. I was still doing my own work, and Coracle just kind of expanded over the years. We set up a couple of bookshops, Whitechapel Art Gallery and Kettle's Yard Gallery, and I was involved in them. And then it kind of all got a bit too much. It went into collaboration with a gallery in Cork Street. It opened a huge gallery in Liverpool, and I thought that the thing that had attracted me in the first place, which was this very small scale and one-to-one sort of relationship, was kind of going out of the window somehow. So at that point, I thought, well, I should do something else, and gave it up. And I took a course at the London, what was then the London College of Printing, now London College of Communications. I did a typesetting course there because the typesetting part of the printing process was the thing that I enjoyed most, I guess.
Well, typesetting, honestly, I'm surprised that anyone enjoys it. When I first learned what kerning was, I thought someone was playing a trick on me.
Oh, right.
Anyone listening, kerning is when you have to decrease the space between certain letters. For example, on uppercase W and lowercase a, you quite often have to reduce the space. And it was something I didn't even notice until I learnt about kerning, that you have this problem with most typefaces. And then once you see it, you can't unsee it, and it kind of ruins your life. Well, it's ruined mine anyway. But you apparently enjoy this.
Maybe it has ruined my life. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. No, it's fun. It's a very kind of insular world. It's just you and that bit of type, and you. Yes, you're absolutely right. You get this kind of obsessed eye for it, and it won't go away. And yeah, the world is full of typographical errors. I write to the paper about it sometimes.
We'll have to make sure we get everything right with
oh yeah.
So you've worked in quite a lot of areas of publishing then, or every area perhaps. I mean, printing itself seems quite an interesting thing to me. We've printed leaflets at home. It's not quite the same thing. I've never been involved in the binding process and that sort of thing. I mean, that does fascinate me though. Is that as much fun as typesetting?
Not for me, it wasn't. Bookbinding is a very time-consuming and painstaking job, and you have to get it just absolutely right every time. With typesetting, you can go back if it's not right. If you've got a letter upside down or whatever, you can always correct it. Typesetting is all about correcting. Bookbinding, you make a mistake and you discard it and start again. So I guess I don't have that kind of sense of perfection at the moment I'm doing things. I mean, I don't think I could be a musician because I don't think I'd keep playing the right notes all the time. I'd get it wrong. I want to go back and correct it, and you can't do it with music. So typesetting was the one for me, really.
And poetry, of course. Like what you said, you realised straight away you had to show people your work. Right. You had to present it as though these were finished pieces and see how people reacted. I've recently been asked to do an interview. One of the questions is along the lines of, should you practice writing poetry? And I think, well, you can't write a poem thinking this is just a practice. You have to think this is going to be a great poem. This is going to be a finished work. And the world's going to love it.
Yeah, you do think that. And I think the way I write, I often revise. I have great admiration for poets like Thomas Hardy was one, John Betjeman was another, who would usually go out for a walk and create the poem in their minds, come home, write it down, look at it the next day, make a revision or two, and that was it. I couldn't possibly do something like that. I'm a reviser.
You seem to have worked in many areas of printing, and I assume the same is true of your poetry.
Yeah, I think that is true. I think I started off being very influenced by people like Ian Hamilton Finlay and Simon Cutts also, who's a great poet, one I admire very much. And the emphasis was very much on succinctness and a little bit of something lyrical. So it wasn't quite straightforward, concrete poetry. I can read you some examples. This is from the first book I did, and they're very brief little poems. This one's called Bonsai. He takes a boulder from his shoe, packs dead wood in a matchbox, contemplates the coincidence of dew at dawn with falls of iris on the lawn. Or cactus, green mould of copper on the spot weld sand or shot blast. And cresses, take a paddle boat to harvest these. The sheaves of spray, not sprig of leaves. So those are all kind of very brief little things. I went on to get interested in found poetry, partly I think because I was thinking, well, I'm not kind of terribly interested in my own sort of inner psychology and sharing stuff like that with other people. It's not a big thing. It's not something to make a poem out of. Whereas poetry for me was very much about just putting words together, clinking words together, and seeing what comes out of it. I thought that was far more interesting. And I have made found poems in various different ways. And let me get one or two examples of those. So, for example, here's a couple that came from dictionary definitions. Dictionaries give examples of usage of words, and these are usage of conjunctions. The lamp on the desk, the mirror on the wall, the rain went on and on. Or he fell over the edge, stretched over the neck of a bottle, papers littered over the desk, ink spilled over the book, over 1,000 books. Or this is another thing I did. This was from a bit later on when I started, well, after the internet came in and Google and stuff. There was a quotation, I couldn't remember who it came from, and so I Googled it, and I got all kinds of different results, and I wrote them down and made this poem from where people thought that the quotation should be attributed. Good artists borrow, great artists steal. Pablo Picasso. A good writer borrows, a great writer steals. Mark Twain. It reminds me of a well-known quote by Handel. Good composers borrow, great composers steal. As Oscar Wilde said, or was it T.S. Eliot? Anyway, he said, good poets borrow, great poets steal. Good artists borrow, great artists steal, said Picasso or T.S. Eliot or Salvador Dali. No one seems to know which. I think it was Keith Richards who said, good artists borrow, great ones steal.
That's great.
Okay.
So, yeah, the internet really has been very useful for found poets.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, in all sorts of ways.
And I love that you have an interest in short poems. That's an interest we share. Have you thought about posting poems on Twitter?
To be honest, I haven't done a great deal with Twitter. I started. I've only been doing Twitter for about a year now, and I haven't done that much. I kind of follow a few people and see what's going on, but I haven't used it that actively in any way. And I don't know. Maybe that's something I should be doing. I mean, you use Twitter a lot.
Yeah, I enjoy posting poems there. It gets sometimes quite nerve-wracking when you post a poem and nobody's liked it in an hour, and you think, oh no, I really like that one. But it's also fun, and it's our main means of promoting the press as well.
Yeah.
These days, it's essential. Well, you've worked in the business. How did you try to promote poetry before the internet? Because it was still quite marginalized then as an art form.
Before the internet, I guess I relied on friends, really. I have relied very much on Simon Cutt's Coracle Press and also Colin Sackett at Uniform Books, who both have a substantial network of followers and people who know their work, who know what kind of stuff they publish and are interested in that and buy it. I enjoy doing poetry readings. That happens sometimes. I've done quite a few at, for example, at the Small Publishers Fair, which has been fun, and that builds up a bit more of an audience too.
And of course, now we're in this situation where we're going to have to get thinking about new ways to start pushing things, because we're all indoors. And I know that we are slowly coming out of this now, but I think a lot of people are going to want to remain indoors as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. I mean, the idea of sitting in the back room of a pub at a poetry reading is just impossible, to think about. And I think you're absolutely right. I think we're all going to be very wary, and we're all going to want to get back into whatever new reality it is very cautiously. And so there's time to do all that stuff. There's time to rebuild the way we do things. And I think you're absolutely right that the internet and Twitter and everything are going to be indispensable.
So we can now get on to the main subject, unless you've got any other poems you wanted to read.
Just to get up to date with the other work I'm doing, apart from the new book that is coming out from you, I'm working on another found poetry sequence, which is based on a book called Surrey Naturalist by Eric Parker. I'm from Surrey, and I kind of feel that when I left school and I left Surrey, I left it with a kind of bad grace, and I felt I wanted to redress that, because I think it's not a bad place really. So I'm making a sequence of found poems, which was originally going to be one found poem for every page of the book, and it's got a bit more complicated than that. And I'll just read one of those, which is from it's from a very short chapter in the book, which is only about 2 pages long. And rather than making a sequence of words that followed the sequence of words in the original essay, I've gone through the essay 5 times, picking out particular words, and sometimes I pick out the same words and sometimes they're different. It's called When Icicles Hang. Sunshine breaks on my splintered table, on my study windowsill, on the corner of a tennis court. Sunshine on snow, colour and glow, frost outside my study window, snow on a rose. Sunshine on a gravel path, a bee, another, a carpet of bees, a cloud which rose into blue sky. Sunshine on a garden table, where 3 or 4 guests brought wonderful icicles and tinsel. Sunshine on visitors, the flash of crowns, quietly welcome the wonderful child's Christmas. Okay.
Thank you. That's great. So the main reason for this podcast is because we can't have an actual launch event because of the lockdown. So we're going to be launching our new books online. So I'm going to bring Clara into the conversation because this is a first for Penteract Press. The first time Clara has been in charge of designing a book.
Well, I have to say, you're making a lovely job of it. It's great. I'm really so pleased with it.
Oh, thank you. That's nice to hear. It's been a bit nerve-wracking at times, I say.
Right.
First of all, if John, if you could describe the book, and then after that, Clara, if you could talk about the design.
Okay, so the way the book came about, I've been interested in nature and birds in particular for quite a few years, ever since, I guess, about 1980. I remember looking out of the window and seeing a bird I couldn't recognize in the garden, a little blue and yellow bird. And I was kind of ashamed that I didn't know what it was called. So I got a bird identification book, and then I kind of got into bird watching with a lot of enthusiasm. It was a lovely world, and I've written about birds a bit. About 10 years ago, I did a book called An A to Z of Birdsong, which was using the sounds of birds as they appeared in identification books. They were written down as little kind of English words that were kind of meaningless, like, chirp and chirrup and tweet and mew pew and toloodle toloodle and so on. So I made a glossary of these words so that you could kind of look up the word when you heard the bird and find out what it was. And it was a bit tongue-in-cheek, but at the same time, it was a kind of celebration of that aspect of ornithology. And in the course of putting that book together, I discovered something I didn't know, that every bird in the world has a common English name. And that seemed to be a really strange thing. It was something that had been kind of imposed because there was no reason for from the root level for people to give birds common English names. They'd give them local names, and in most parts of the world the local name wouldn't have been in English, or the birds were so rare that there wouldn't have been a common name at all in any language. So I found that this was an amazing resource, and I thought I should do something with it. And it took me quite a few years, actually, before I really got round to looking at it and reading through this 10,500 long list of bird names. And I started picking out the names that seemed to be odd and interesting, and picking out names that seemed to have interesting connections with each other, apart from the obvious ornithological connections, and putting poems together in that way. And then I thought that if I was going to make poems out of it, it would be interesting to kind of formalize it, and I wanted to make sonnets and triolets and terzonels and all the rest of it. So I started building up a database of rhymes, because I thought you can't do that with it. Those formal schemes rely on rhymes. So I spent quite a long time putting all these bird names into categories of where they rhymed, and then I eventually put them together, and it was a complete flop, because rhyme in poetry depends on the rhyme arriving where the sense falls and where the emphasis falls, and it's to do with meaning. It's to do with finding meaning in sound, and these bird names didn't have that meaning, and also they each had their own particular rhythms which didn't kind of fall into line with each other. So these single rhymes didn't work, and so then I had to work out a way of making it work, and I found that you had to rhyme a complete word laughing thrush with laughing thrush or whatever, and that way there was enough oral memory for when you read the poem to recognize that that was a rhyme. So there were complications like that, but I ended up finding a number of different ways of making poetry out of these bird names. Some of them are to do with, say, going on a journey, or some of them are to do with making sounds or telling a little story. And so eventually I ended up with, I'm not sure how many there are, 30 odd something poems. And at that point still didn't know what to do with them until I found a tweet that you'd put out saying that you were interested in poems of constraint. And I thought, well, yeah, I mean, I've constrained myself here enough. I think I qualify. So I sent it off to you in the hope, and as it turned out, you liked it, which was wonderful. So that's how it happened.
Yeah, and I think it is constraint-based poetry. It's very constrained. But what I also like is it's found poetry, it's list poetry, it's formal poetry. It really covers quite a lot of bases there. So it was a very exciting book to receive. And I think you were quite constrained in the design, Clara.
Yeah, so I think when you received this submission, I think you straight away said, I think there's one for you here. Because again, a bit about my past, I suppose. Ever since I was tiny, I've loved the natural world, and was encouraged by my family, particularly my father and my uncle, to birdwatch, because we lived in the countryside. There were a lot of birds around. My dad, in his youth, when it was still an acceptable practice, used to go bird nesting, and he used to show me the nests and point out, be able to identify them from the eggs. And so we wouldn't take them, but we'd just find them and see where they were. So he would teach me about that. And my uncle encouraged me and got me a membership to the Young Ornithologist Club, probably when I was about 6 or 7. And I stuck with them for ages. And alongside this, I was, again, like you, wanted to know all of the birds. I wanted to learn all their names. I wanted to know how to identify them. Yeah. And another thing I used to do when I was little a lot is draw. So I would be drawing what I saw. I would be sketching. I'd have, I'd go out into the garden with a sketchbook and draw what I was seeing. So, and that sort of stuck me. I don't do it as much now, but I still love seeing birds. And if I see something I've never seen before, I get excited that I'm sort of ticking it off in my little mental notebook. So yeah, when I received the book, I think almost instantly I had an idea for what I wanted it to look like. And that was to be this old, like an old-fashioned nature journal. So it's so what I did, obviously I've taken a paper stock that looks like, and you can go online and there are people out there who archive all the old wonderful books out of libraries, and you can go and you can find, and so the constraint I gave myself, I went out and I found the book had to be printed, well, it had to be in the public domain. Yep. But I also set myself the additional constraint. It actually had to be pre-1900. So really, the older the better. There's nothing there from pre-1900, and I think some of the books are from the 1700s. So they're really quite old. Wow. And I wanted at least one illustration on every page. Yep. And the illustration had to, well, I just thought at first it would be birds, but then the more I got into it, I was delighted to discover that actually people really have been cataloguing these things for a long time, and I was delighted. I could find the birds even down to some of the most obscure ones. So I think in all but 4 of the poems, I found an image of a bird that's referenced in the poem. Yeah. There's one poem where I've made a conscious decision to choose the birds I have that are not in the poem, but I won't spoil that for the readers. I'll let them find that out. Yes. Right. But it's the very last one in the book, so you'll know what it means.
That's right. Yeah. Sure. Very good. Yeah.
And I think there were only 3 others where I couldn't find a bird referenced in the text, but I found as close a family member as I could. Yep. I snip them and I clean them up in Photoshop. Enhanced the colors on some of them. A couple of the images were black and white, so I've colored them.
Right.
The one that I will admit to is the kakapo. It's a bird I love. I've been obsessed with kakapos ever since I read a Douglas Adams article about them. I think in his Last Chance to Save book, he talks about kakapos, and I've just been obsessed with them since then.
Yeah.
And I could only find a black and white image of one. So no, it's got to go into this poem. But that's and luckily I found an absolutely wonderful illustration of a letter-winged kite.
Yes,
Could use on
right.
the front cover.
Sure.
So again, it wouldn't have worked, I don't think, if it was another bird, but it is actually a letter-winged kite.
That's wonderful.
And so yeah, it was just an absolutely massive thanks to the Biodiversity Heritage Library for all the work they do and all their volunteers who are scanning these documents in and archiving them so thoroughly and carefully. Really.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think it looks fantastic. I'm so pleased with it, and I think it's done something I wasn't expecting with the poetry, which is that it gives you longer to linger, and it makes a better reading experience. I mean, quite apart from the fact that the illustrations are lovely looking things in themselves, so it really does work as a collaborative thing.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to try and make the birds, I didn't want them to just be flat things on the page. I wanted to try and have them mingling into the words on the page.
Sure,
and,
yes.
And
Yeah.
try and get them giving the words a look and just getting that positioning in and really up close and personal with the text.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
It's made me feel very ignorant. The fact that I know about the names of about 10 birds, I think. So. Yeah, you two would be ashamed of my knowledge.
Well,
I think you are.
But no, it was a really fascinating process. And I think the other thing about the book that we haven't mentioned is, in places, it's actually really witty. The constraints you've given yourself and the way you've worked them in. I actually did find myself sort of chuckling to myself at some of these poems.
Great.
and the sort of absurdness of it all, and these massively glorified over the top names we give to things. And
Yes, that's right. Yes. Some of them really are, the superciliated, whatever. Very funny. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of variety with the constraints. I mean, we've mentioned the last poem in the book, which is, I think that's my favourite.
Is it?
I think so, yeah. And it's just because it's just another clever idea upon so many other clever ideas in the book.
That last one was one of the last that I put together, and I thought, well, this is all a lot of fun, but there's something more serious going on here with nature and our relationship with it, and I really need to reference that, and that's why I did that last poem. So I'm glad you like it.
Some of my favourites, and again, these are some of the sort of witty ones. I like Over the Course of an Evening.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the sort of the birds are all getting together, and you've got things in there like wild turkey, haven't you? And
yes.
And what's the other? In Order of Appearance.
I was going to read that one. I could read one other of those. Yeah. I'll read that one. Sure. In Order of Appearance. Lillian's lovebird, Willie Wagtail. Chuck Will's widow, Hazel Grouse. Bearded mountaineer, Cliff Flycatcher. Foxy lark, Mariana Swiftlet. Handsome fruit eater, Sandy Galatoe. Duchess Lorikeet, Saffron Finch. Festive coquette, Kimberly Honeyeater. Pilot bird, Jackie Winter. Spectacled spider hunter, Jack Snipe. Superb lyrebird, Cinderella waxbill. Bronzed drongo, Rock Martin. Surfbird, Lara Tapaculo. Peruvian plant cutter, Juan Fernandez Petrel. Red-headed weaver, Rose Robin. Rifleman, Yucatan Bob White. firewood gatherer, olive whistler. Okay, shall I go on and read a few more?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so.
go for it.
Okay, dawn chorus. Musician wren, band backed wren, tambourine dove, clapper rail, horned screamer, piping hornbill, clicking shieldbill, chiming wedgebill, tinkling shieldbill, trumpeter hornbill, trumpeter swan, bearded reedling, harpy eagle, flutist wren, clarion wren. I do a sound poem. A few of these are called sound poem. I kind of think of all of them as sound poems. I think they're best kind of shouted, really. This is sound poem, and this one is derived mostly from words from Hawaiian or Maori. So I'll do my best at pronunciation. Akiki, akipa, akikiki, aki hopalu, kokakau, kakapo, aki hoki ho, poki koki ko, kameo, kea, kaikukal, kahau, kagu, karukahan.
That sounds fantastic, read out loud. Obviously, I've been so close to the words.
We got a kakapo in.
We got a kakapo.
Oh, yeah, we got a kakapo. Yeah.
But yeah, it does sound fantastic, like hearing them, and I suppose, like you say, that the language is very much. It's a lot of these names are quite syllabic, aren't they? They're quite heavy, and they're good sounds.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Somebody said that sounded like the haka, the New Zealand rugby, and I guess it's very similar words. Yeah. This one's called Wanted List. As you were saying just a moment ago, you tick bird when you see a new bird, you tick it off on your mental list, or even put it down in a book. And it occurred to me that there's an alternative wanted list of birds that really don't want to be seen, and this is a poem based on them. Cryptic warbler, furtive flycatcher, elusive antpitter, enigmatic owlet nightjar, obscure berry picker, mysterious starling, perplexing scrub wren, inaccessible island finch, invisible rail, unspotted saw wet owl, shy heath wren, scarce swift, hermit thrush, solitary sandpiper, barefaced go away bird. Okay, and I'll read this one, which is Lullaby. Now got two granddaughters, one's 2 and the other is 6 months, and it's one of the things that I've regretted about lockdown is not seeing them growing up a little bit more the last few months. So this one's for them, really. Lullaby. Buffy tufted cheek, little bee eater, rosy pipit, little button quail, blue noddy, spangled boobook, sooty swift, Zanzibar boo boo, bagabo babbler, buffy hummingbird, speckled tinkerbird, Pringles puffback, little button quail, rosy pipit, little bee eater, buffy tufted cheek.
Thank you. As well as writing about birds, you photograph birds.
I do a bit. That's not a great string to my bow, but I've written a book about a couple of pioneer bird photographers who I'm very interested in, Richard and Cherry Kearton, whose work I first picked up at a jumble sale many years ago, when I was getting interested in nature and bird books. And I found this book called Wild Nature's Ways, and I picked it up, and it opened at a full-page photograph of a cow standing in a field, and I thought that's a bit strange to have a cow in a book about wild nature. And the caption said, "The stuffed ox in operation, and I had no idea what it meant, stuffed ox in operation. But I thought that's I've got to find out about this. So I got the book, and this cow, it turned out, was a hollow cowhide over a wooden frame, which the brothers would stand in with a camera with a little hole in the cow's neck as a way of getting close to birds. This was about 1900, and at that time people hadn't thought of hides, and it seemed to them that the best way to do it was to disguise yourself, camouflage yourself as a natural object. So they did the stuffed ox, they did a hollow tree trunk, they did a stuffed sheep, which was too small to get in, but they put the camera in and operated it from a distance. There was an artificial rubbish heap, there was a heather house, a rock house, all these lovely constructions, which they catalogued in their books. And I thought this was really fascinating. It turned out that it was all a bit unnecessary. All you needed was a little tent, like a sort of portaloo or something, you know, and that would do it, as long as you were hidden. But they went to these amazing lengths to get their photos, and the photos are just lovely. They made really wonderful bird photographs. So I thought they were kind of worth celebrating, and I collected all their books, and eventually published a book called The Keartons Inventing Nature Photography, which came out about 3 years ago. And that was at the end of, I guess, about 35 years of having them as something on one of those side interests. And I was glad that it didn't just remain a side interest. It's nice somehow to sort of bring something to fruition.
And do you often go bird watching?
Well, I do. I mean, I'm not obsessive about it. I had when I first started getting interested in it, I did have a sort of minor obsessive phase when I was going off to Norfolk and getting up in the middle of the night and going out on the dunes and in the wetlands, ticking off those new species. But now I'm not somebody who follows people on Twitter and finds out that there's some rare arrival somewhere in the West Country and motors down there to see it. I'd say I'm an opportunist bird watcher, which I think is much better, because for me, just seeing a bird, any bird, is interesting. I'm not especially bothered about seeing some rare species that happens to have got blown off course and it accidentally turns up in this country. It's an accidental thing for me and not something to get very excited about. So I go out for walks, I take my binoculars, I take my camera, I see what's going on, and I find it really satisfying. Yeah, love it.
Well, John, thanks so much for talking to us. It's been really good to do this, and I'm really looking forward to this book coming out. Oh, we both are.
Yep.
Well, thanks ever so much. I've enjoyed this. It's been a great experience, and likewise, I can't wait to see the book. What I've seen of the proofs is wonderful. It's way beyond anything I was expecting, and I couldn't be happier. Thank you.
To discover more, visit us at penteractpress.com. You're listening to the Penteract Poetry Podcast, hosted by Anthony Etherin.
Welcome to episode 14, a launch special for Ampers&thropocene by Gary Barwin. As many of you know, Penteract Press is a publisher of experimental constraint-based, formal and visual poetry. This summer, the majority of our new books fall into the third category, presenting experimental work on the boundary of poetry and visual art. The fifth of these is Ampers&thropocene by Gary Barwin. I caught up with Gary a few weeks ago and began by asking him how he became a poet.
How I became a poet. Way back in time, I was single-celled and I began dividing, and I was creative. I divided and I divided, and not in a xenotext kind of way where I was passing Christian's messages back and forth to myself. It was this rich and no, it's interesting. I think it is an interesting question about the origin of becoming a poet, and I mean it's also the origin of becoming aware of language as something, I guess, outside of yourself and perhaps a side of play or communication or culture. The origin story that I often think about, and I actually even think it's true, so it's even better for being that, is I remember I grew up in Northern Ireland and being in my bedroom, and I had one of those little file boxes with those tiny little index cards, you'd write recipes on or notes for lectures. And I remember my parents had talked about rosewood. They just bought some rosewood furniture, and I thought rosewood sounded sort of like this numinous magic substance, but I assumed it came from roses. So I went to the front yard and I cut some roses, a little bit of rosewood, and I brought it back to my room. So I was about 6 or 7. And then I thought, well, this is this magic substance, so I should write a kind of incantation for it. So on these little index cards, I wrote this incantation in a made-up language, and the script was vaguely related to English, but sort of also made up. And I wrote these spells, and I wrote a whole bunch of them, and it was about the magic and the power and how poetry can suggest, and how it can contain. Well, it contained power, it contained like this kind of magic of signification or magic of sound or magic of just the act of writing. So that's absolutely one thing that I think about being a poet, and I would say that informs my poetics today. I mean, I do more things than write prayers to garden plants, but the basic idea I think is there.
It's amazing you invented poetry for yourself then. I expect people to say, they had a teacher who inspired them, or they read a book they liked. There were great poems in there, so they wanted to be a poet. But you kind of found it on your own.
Yeah, like at least that aspect of it, absolutely. I mean, one thing I wonder if it connects to is when I was similarly a little kid, we would go to synagogue, and not very often, but it's all in Hebrew, which I understood nothing of, and but the script is beautiful and the chants are really beautiful. And so it's, again, the whole thing was asemic to me. And in some cases it's better that I don't actually know what they're saying, because I love the sound of it, and I love this, the ritual of it, but I don't subscribe to the specifics of it. So I wonder if I was importing some of that. And then, later on, it was quite a bit later when I encountered Tolkien. I was in Canada. I was in grade 6 or something. I was, and just the same idea, made up languages that bring whole worlds with them. And you can make a world by making a language. Rather than you have a world and then you make the language for it. The Tolkien way was to do it the other way around, which is also an experimental poet way of doing things. Also, as a kid in Ireland, we had I remember a storyteller coming into our class. So this old guy would come in and he would tell these stories, these old Irish folk tales. And again, I don't remember so much the details as the sound of his voice and, the late afternoon sun slanting across the desks, and just that sense of that receptivity to language and the possibilities of language. Each and the parts sort of tended to come apart, the sound and then the plot, or then the characters and the description. They all were different parts that didn't all need to be there and didn't need to all work together. They were all separate things that I did appreciate. So to me, that's also an origin of poetry, and how I also still think of it.
And of course, you're a musician too, so I can't help but think that that's related there. That your interest in the sound of words preceded your interest in the meaning of words.
Yeah, I think that's true. And one thing that I loved about music, I mean, the sound of the instruments, the patterning, and all of that, but also. You play a piece and it's this sort of set of pitches, and rhythms, and it evokes a certain materiality, a certain kind of, it feels like it's like some sort of an objective correlative to the feeling that you're having or that you have as a result of it. I mean, it evokes something. So it's just this turn from one note to the next, or it evokes a sense of maybe a movement in the world, of being in the world, maybe an emotion, maybe just almost like a tangible shape in some, musical dimension. And that to me, that was a great pleasure in that, which is also in writing. A certain word follows another, and for all of the different reasons why it has a certain kind of weight, whether it's the meaning of it or the sound of it or the length of the particular, the shape of the word itself, or or how it feels in the mouth or whatever. All of these things create. It feels like it's I'm thinking of it as an object in some other dimensional space, which is like some sort of, artistic dimensional space, whatever that is. It just feels like it has a tangible presence and certain features, which may include emotion, or it may include tactility or kinetics or whatever. So yeah, to me, it's all one. It's all connected. And same thing with visual art. We were joking before we started our formal interview about basically doing the same thing during COVID, and I've done the same thing since I was a kid. I've wandered aimlessly in woods, not really knowing what I was doing. I've done music, poetry, and music writing, and visual art. I just have kept doing it, and they interconnect in all sorts of ways. I don't really see them as different, either in terms of process or in terms of the work that they do, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's how I've been, because I do music as well, and I dabble with visual arts. I've actually just recorded a podcast where I was the guest with Samuel Andreev, who's the composer.
Right, yeah, yep.
And so that was quite nice, because I got to talk about music. And Samuel asked me how I saw the relationship between music and poetry.
Yes.
And just speaking of my own poetry, the two things I could think of to answer this were the fact that I lean more towards the rhythmic and melodic than I do imagery, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing was the idea of pattern seeking.
Yes.
There's lots of pattern seeking in my palindromes and anagrams and those sorts of things. And I think musicians are the true pattern seekers among artists. Would you say that's true? Not to say other artists aren't.
Right. No, absolutely. I mean, music is founded on pattern seeking in a way, in a distilled way. Like you have one note, and you maybe have the same note right after it, or you have a different note after it, and that you are forming patterns by virtue, and the moment a rhythm is a pattern par excellence or whatever. I mean, it's a limited set, right? That just repeats. That's what makes it a rhythm, like a beat, or that kind of repeated. The fact that there's features in common that are repeated or varied makes it rhythmic, right? Because it has to have some relationship to pattern. And then I would say also the same thing with pitch, same thing with melody, right? It's because it's a set of pitches from a scale, or a set become a melody, or it has certain moves. So no, I definitely think so. At least with regards to really like the kind of really clear patterns that you see, and also musicians are taught in a way to compose and play from patterns. I mean, that's sort of what the theory of it is. We don't see that necessarily in language, but I do think that we are also pattern seekers. Yes, you absolutely have a particular relationship to pattern in your language, doing palindromes or those kinds of constrained, that kind of work. Brings it to the surface, something that's always there. I mean, you write a sonnet, it's highly patterned. You're completely engaging with it. But I would say that grammar is a pattern, and it's just we're not used to seeing it as in such a pure form, or it's subsumed by just our, maybe it's perhaps invisible relationship. Like I'm talking and I'm patterning my verbs in relationship to my nouns, or my subjects and my objects, whatever. It's highly patterned. It's just that we're not hearing it as patterns unless we bring it out in some specific language way, maybe like as a palindrome or some other restricted, constrained form, so we see it. Like when Christian Book does Eunoia, we notice the sound of these words because he's like boiled it down. He's taken all the imperfections, all the irregularities out of a pattern, and you just are hearing certain vowel things, so it becomes really visible. Or some other kind of constraint-based work where you where you only see certain things. And even I just coughed there, but to me it makes me think, well, when I'm talking, I'm trying to filter out those things that are not part of the set of performative language, like coughing and sneezing and whatever, and what all the other sounds that I might actually use when I'm doing sound poetry. And I want to explore that what are I guess paralinguistic, but really are deeply where it's the difference between language utterance and the body. I mean, we filter it out in a number of pattern ways, I think, for different speech. For different speech acts, for different contexts.
Yeah, it's funny you mention this because since I've been doing the podcast, I've had to do a lot of editing.
Yes.
And I realized after a while that if you take out every single hesitation, every grunt, every pause that feels a bit too long, and you make it really sanitized, it just doesn't feel right. I take out some yes. Ums and ahs and all this, but if you take out everything, it doesn't feel like a real conversation at all.
The way when they're synthesizing instruments, they put some of those imperfections in, like when you start a note, it doesn't start absolutely right with pure signal. There's a bit of noise at the beginning, and that adds some extra authenticity. In organ music, it's the chuff of the sound of the note starting, and that little noise start before it starts speaking. And I feel like it's that way not only in terms of the sound of the words, but even in terms of grammatically. Like we need the ums, the ahs, the pauses, because we're not robotic. I really like those. There's a piece, I wish I could remember the name of it. It was on one of on Ken Goldsmith's Ubu Web compilations, where it was I guess there were two guys who worked for film, and their job was to do exactly what you described, take out all the ums and ahs and hesitations and everything. And so they were for Hollywood, they did it for years, and then they kept them all the ones they took out, and they made a piece that was just that. Which is amazing, right? Just all the sounds and imperfections, and it's like, oh right, that is what it is to be in language as a thinking human being, and not as a simplified robot. Yeah, it is so interesting, and I think that poetry deliberately follows not necessarily the ums and ahs. That sound poetry does, but the process of thinking, the process of the unfolding of consciousness and the hesitations and the doubling back and everything. Charles Bernstein had this great, I saw this performance he did a couple of days ago. It was on a Zoom performance. It was the Enclave reading series. And he was talking about this Zoom as a medium and the stuttering on Zoom. And you do it because he's been, like all of us have been all like we're doing now, using all these Skype and Zoom and all these various online things to have meetings or talks or performances. And the stuttering and the hesitation as the videos stutter. So he was talking about that and talking about it in a meta way. And then in the middle of his talk, in the middle of his poem, he pretended to have a phone call and then just, oh, sorry, I'm in the middle of the Zoom. And he did this whole shtick with like he's talking on the phone. So not only is it like, okay, that meta thing of being interrupted and technology and where are you and how is time unfolding, but also you could hear him. It's that poetics of the one-sided phone call. Yeah, yeah. No, I really can't talk right now because I'm in the middle of a performance, and he was playing that, and I thought it was so great. It was really simple, but just really insightful and I mean funny about all those things that we try and filter out, but are really there as part of what it is to communicate and what it is to do writing. I think as well, right? We try and filter so much of that out.
Yeah, I suppose it's related to the idea of the accident in poetry, or the thing that you're forced to do but don't want to do. That'll be in my case with very strict constraints. I don't want this word to be there, but it's got to be there. It's got to be there if I want this other word to be there. And
there's a great pleasure then of you in that constraint thing. It's like, okay, there's the pressure of like how is he managing to incorporate this like this word that doesn't feel this erratic, like somehow he has to pull it in by art, and so that's part of the pleasure of the virtuosity in a way. I mean, it's like when you hear a jazz musician and they play some note that maybe, or some passage that maybe didn't belong, and it's like, okay, now they've painted themselves into a corner. How are they going to get out of it? And sometimes that's the most exciting part. If it's just flawless, it becomes a little bit uninteresting. I really like amongst the many musics that I like. I really like Irish music, and I remember hearing the Chieftains perform, and they were so good, right? They're amazing, except it was really boring because it was flawless, and there was no texture to it because they could just wing through these tunes at a lightning pace, beautiful. Like I couldn't, you could not fault them. Like if it was like a gymnastic or figure skating performance, 10 out of 10 for every technical aspect. They're, double slip jig, luge, salchow, Scottishes were all done perfectly, but it was boring. I'd rather have somebody a little bit less good. I saw an amazing performance, and this really makes me think of poetry. When I went to undergrad, Oscar Peterson was the performer in residence at York University, and they had a grand piano set up so that kind of like a digital player piano. So Oscar Peterson would play, and then you could press play, and it would play back. The actual physical piano would play back what he played. So the piano was haunted by Oscar Peterson, and it sounded beautiful. I mean, it's Oscar Peterson, right? You can't get more technically flawless and virtuoso than that. And so it was amazing. But then I heard a student had played something too, and it was so much more interesting and alive because Oscar Peterson sounded like just a really, really high quality recording of Oscar Peterson. Whereas the student who wasn't very good, and you could hear the hesitation, and you could hear it felt like the piano became organic again. The performance felt like you're actually hearing a performance unfold before you with all its warts and mistaken notes. To me, thinking about those kinds of things is about poetry. And I would also say that it speaks to there's some sort of Platonic ideal of perfection, and then there's some sort of material reality. And I think it goes along with a certain kind of capitalist sale of to us of the commodification of perfection and ideals and what we're aspiring to, and narrowing the focus of what life is about. Death is a bad thing. I mean, death, to sanitize everything, as opposed to organically dealing with the actual exigencies of life and the difficulties and complications and pleasures. So to me, poetry or music that then it helps you see those, engages with that as part of its aesthetic. And I would say that say you do say like in your work where you do a palindrome that's like this ridiculously complicated, flawless thing, but then I see that it highlights the fact that it is that. So it's exhilarating in its virtuosity, but I also see it as speaking to perfection, almost not ironically, but foregrounding it, right? And so it becomes something. This is so not life. I'm not mistaking that this is how my life should be. No, this is this virtuoso puzzle moment and I can see the kind of, and I also see like, man, how did he do that? Which is part of I do see that lived experience of the artist in how is he able to do that kind of virtuoso thing. When I hear an amazing musician do something, pick up a saxophone, I play saxophone, pick up a saxophone and do something just astounding. It's like, I know what that would mean to be able to do that. And so it's astoundingness. It's subversive. It's not believing in perfection and aspiring to things that are sanitized. It's actually a celebration of the physicality of it.
I suppose it's a funny thing that you're not going to learn a musical instrument or learn a style of poetry and not want to get really good at it. So you're always going to aspire for it to be perfect, for your performance to be perfect, even when that's not necessarily the ideal.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. I know when I've taught both music and poetry, so you think, okay, so of course I'm supposed to teach them how to do it the standard way, right? The proper way. Like, don't hold your cheeks out like Dizzy Gillespie because that's wrong. Well, okay, but he's one of the great virtuosos, so he of trumpet, so he must know something. And as opposed to I think the tendency in teaching creative writing is a bit sometimes, I think it's a good thing to explore the idiosyncratic path, to say, okay, be more yourself, like be more, or follow your own particular intuitions about things, like pick up craft, but follow your own thing, as opposed to much of music pedagogy is much more about replication and learning the standard techniques, which fair enough, because you develop a certain facility, a technical facility on something, so then you can play more of the repertoire, but also then you you can use the instrument well. Like the way, when we tend to teach people how to drive a car, we tend to try and teach them not to be idiosyncratic in the way they drive. We tend to find it's a good thing if they can follow the rules of the road and they can, do the normal things. And then later on, they can maybe do something different, aware of the constraints. So I wonder about, should we teach? Is it about exploration? And so I guess I do balance that. In creative writing, I tend to go about exploration, while saying, like, here, try this, try that, try this technique, so you learn some technical aspects and you learn what's possible, because you don't come to it absolutely purely. You may have some preconceptions about what the limitations are. So seeing what other people have done that are outside your limitations is inspiring, and I think provides you new possible routes to finding paths that are of particular interest to you. And also, so I do a lot of that. Like, so it's craft through. Here's a list of possibilities. Here's expanding your toolbox. But what you're going to be able to do with that, to try and have people imagine what writing can be, not just to be able to do the kind of received writing well, which is often a way. That's certainly how they teach a lot of music, right? Like a lot of I studied jazz. And a lot of it is to be able to sound like somebody, to be able to do what they do, right? And it's not very interesting for the most part. So if you should be able to sound like John Coltrane. You should be able to sound like, whatever. And the thing is, you can sound like a sort of sad imitation of it, but you're not. And even if you replicate it note for note, it's just a Borgesian kind of thing, right? Like the what's the one where he imitates Don Quixote? The story where the 19th century Frenchman learns how to write Don Quixote as if it came from his own soul, as if everything was from it, and it means something different, and it's just not as interesting. It's in it. Say if you're a jazz player and you learn how to just replicate, as opposed to you discover something along the way. I mean, it may be a good pedagogic technique. So for me, teaching writing is also not just to replicate, but to try and uncover surprises and doing things not well, like trying to imitate somebody but not well, and mistake, like falling down in the middle of it, or there's a certain element of noise, which is conceptual noise, or my inability noise because of my inability to do it right, or my openness to other things, or whatever it is, and opening up the possibilities of living.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing that there's this classic notion of you've got to learn the rules before you can break them.
Yeah.
But if it takes you 10 years to learn the rules, then that's not much fun. You have to spend those 10 years never deviating.
Yeah, and then you also begin to think the rules are their actual physical principles that govern this world, and you take delight in being able to use them well, as opposed to, no, these are rules. What are rules anyway, right? I mean, they're taught like the rules. Like, again, going to music education is a good example. Here's the theory. Here's what you should do. If you write this chord, these are the chords may follow it. But of course, those rules were extracted from actual behaviors of composers who, it's a tradition. It's a set of principles, perhaps. But they didn't always follow them in the way that we are taught. It's sort of boiled down and simplified, like standard grammar. We're taught this is how you should write an essay. But the brilliant essays don't follow the essays in the way that we're taught to do them. I mean, that's sort of such a simplification. So for me, both in teaching music and writing, it's always okay. You know how to play one note, write a piece for one note. Okay, now you know two notes, write a piece for two notes. So like I had when I've taught young kids poetry, it's like, okay, you write down two words. Like I get two kids beside each other, each to write their own word, and then okay, put them together. Now it's a toaster shoe. Okay, draw the pic, and if that's all they can write those two words. Okay, now draw a picture of what a toaster shoe would look like. You kid on the left who came up with toaster, you draw a toaster shoe. Kid on the right, you draw a shoe toaster. And just the idea.
Is there a difference?
Yeah, clearly. Come on. See, it's so inculcated. Have you been by the rules that you're not? Yeah. No, but I mean, so that whatever you've got, start making with it. So even if you're learning more rules, it's absolutely in parallel to feeling that you have agency with it. It's your language. So it's up to you to make, you can use language however you want to use it. You're aware of how it works in a social context, and then that's your call. Then how you engage with it, right? And which where you engage with it. There's context dependent. Don't swear in front of your grandmother, or your teacher, but you can swear in front of your friends or whatever, right? You could make a weird avant-garde poem because that's cool, but don't use that when you're filling out your tax form.
I might try to palindromic tax form.
Yes, exactly, right. That's good because you give the money back to them and then they give it all back to you, right? It's so great. It's the best part about it. And so, for me, one of the things I was thinking about was I write a lot of different kinds of things, and so I'm also aware of the context. And so there's maybe expectations that then I can play against, given that context, a certain kind of communication that or certain kind of creation that's possible within those forms, I guess. If I'm writing a novel that I'm thinking is going to be not an avant-garde novel, like have a potential relationship to the mainstream or mainstream literary or whatever that is, I have a different set of ways I might move than if I'm going to do a visual poem or if I'm going to do a sound poem. So and I think that these are all possible, and they're all codes, I guess, right? Or patterns that you play with. You've got maybe sometimes you have a different set of all possible things within which you can, with which you create a certain set of moves that are possible. So I'm playing chess as opposed to I'm wrestling. There's certain things presumably that I'm going to do different when I'm playing chess than when I'm wrestling. One might. So.
Yeah, I've always said that the most important thing in poetry is freedom.
Yeah,
which is quite a strange thing for someone who's obsessed with poetic rules to say. But of course, I'm choosing these rules myself. I'm not allowing anyone else to tell me which rules I have to use. So right. I think that's important.
No, absolutely. And then what the freedom is also is, okay, now I which rules I'm going to choose, or which set of operating principles I'm going to choose. Like I can create the physics of the world that I'm in, and the physics of my world is, say, this palindromic world. What comes up must go down as well and up again. But also you can choose the rules, but you can also choose the moves that you're going to do with using those rules. Like, what is that going to look like? Like, how is that? How are you going to engage with the rules? In what way? And what's your relationship to that? In a way, in a way, it's like we could be one of those cooking shows where we're both given the same ingredients. And now we can, you might and say, okay, this is palindromic day. A sandwich is a palindrome because it's bread on bread, something else, bread, right? But then you and I might do something different with it aesthetically because we have a different sensibility, and even keep making it palindromic or in relationship to possible palindromes that are formed from a certain set of ingredients. We might be interested in different aspects of what that might mean. I would be really tempted. I love the idea of it's almost a palindrome, but it falls apart at the last minute, or it breaks down. That really would appeal to me. Whereas I would imagine that would drive you bonkers. It would just be like, part of the pleasure for you and readers of your work is that you can pull off these ridiculously complicated verbal hijinks with restrictions. To me, I love the idea of setting up an expectation and showing all the throwing a spanner into the works. So I remember when I used to mow the lawn for my parents, and people would do it up and down, like perfect. So I like the idea you start like that, and then both because I'd get bored, but also just I think, okay, well, why does it have to? So I do like up and down, up and down, up and down. So all neat except for and then I would do other weird things that would just like completely fall apart. So you could see this like twittering machine that like a wheel would fall off and it would, do something like that's to me is way more interesting than not that I don't that kind of beautiful, perfect lawn, right? That every single thing is flawless, which has its own kind of virtuosity and delight in and beautiful pureness about it, especially when you've chosen to do it that way and you're not made to do it that way.
Also, if you get the lawn wrong, you won't be asked to do it again.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, it's weird. Nobody's asking me to do these beautifully perfect constrained things. Yeah, sadly, my theory did not work. I had to do the lawn frequently, but oh yeah, Gary, fine. And they didn't actually make me do it perfectly. I guess they just gave in that it's going to be that way. I think probably because my description of why I did it and the aesthetics of why it was just that wasn't worth enduring from my parents, so they just gave up.
Well, going back to what you said, I can see the appeal of writing a palindrome that isn't quite a palindrome. I've thought about it because in a way it would be its own kind of generative work. Well, I think first of all I would write a proper palindrome,
right,
and then just go through it and say, well, I'm going to change that word because I don't like it. So there would be this element of the palindrome had, in a sense, generated these deviations from the palindrome.
Yeah, I mean, it's another set of rules, a set of restrictions, of constraints. It's just a different. There's now an additional rule or a qualification on the rule, and which I'm really fascinated by those systems. I guess two different rules that then intersect, and so there's a kind of the interference pattern between the two sets of rules. So highly constrained, and then some other kinds of maybe slightly random, like the way you can do, and I do music like this when I use music programming. So some system that's perfect, and then you can introduce different sets of different other decision processes, say like random is an example, and there's different kinds of random. So it's a little bit or a lot, or it. So I did a piece yesterday where I made a little software machine where I would feed it in some Bach. I was feeding it in some of the Goldberg variations, and then I was every so often it would be introducing random notes based on a particular kind of decision, and I could then control how much random. So it could be an entirely random, like so I'd use all the rhythms of the Bach, but the pitches were entirely random, or only 1 in 5, or only one in, and then of the choice of random notes, I could choose how random they would be, like 1 out of 80 or 1 out of 5 or whatever. So it's kind of very simple, but the results are really rich and interesting, because well, first of all, the pattern is more complicated, but also in terms of the way we're parsing it, like we're trying to see the pattern, but we see this other thing that's not, and so to me, because it is all about our perceptual mechanism. So seeing something perfect, but with some other little thing, that's such an active, energized thing as we look at some text and trying to figure out what is going on in it, what is the pattern in it, what is the meaning in it, or what is the feel of it, or what is the rhythm of it, or whatever it is. We're trying to assimilate all this data, and that's really interesting, right? That's really, I mean, even if it's a plot, it's like, okay, that person had a breakup, and it's sort of like what I had, but different. And then, but I see that, we still are trying to reckon with it as a pattern in relationship to how we feel, or how we see things, or how we experience things, let alone an abstract pattern like we were talking about, or even like those I love the idea conceptually of those Persian rugs that have one mistake in it deliberately, right? That's kind of like your palindrome would be a perfect rug, but you've added something else or taken away something, depending on how you see it. I think it's so interesting. And then all the different possibilities between completely not palindromic and completely palindromic, or completely constrained and not constrained. I mean, we tend to think of like, okay, if you're going to do something, you should do it all, and you should do it perfect. Like in a lot of constraint-based stuff, if you're going to, if you're going to erase every vowel in the piece, you'd erase all of them, as opposed to, well, I'll just sort of erase it until I don't feel like it anymore, or I'll erase some of them, or I've got some other pattern, some other process, or like. I think that's interesting and maybe not explored enough, because there's a certain purity and a beautiful, exhilarating purity to having one operating principle and following it through. But on the other hand, I guess I don't understand, but think about the complexity of what physicists are saying about the universe. So it isn't like a kind of a Newtonian Enlightenment version of there's one simple rule that works for everything. Like there's gravity, and the further away you get from the, like whatever it is, the size of the object versus the distance, and it's a very simple relationship, as opposed to what we learn about like all these weird quantum things. It's like, well, the universe actually, there are a set of principles, and you can describe it in physics, but they're way weirder, and they have way more, it's not linear, and they do all these other things. Like for us to get to that point with constraint, or with thinking about conceptualizing either directly constraint or conceptualizing work, being aware that it is this really much more complicated, multi-dimensional process.
Yeah, I like this. This is because I have had thoughts of doing this, reintroducing some freedom into a constrained work, and I like that analogy. It's like a quantum poetry, which has a nice ring to it. Yeah.
What's her name? Amy. Of course, now that I'm recording it, I can't remember her name. I'll have to think of her name later. Anyway, she's an American writer. Amy starts with C, and it's an Italian name. It'll come to me. Who's writing what she calls quantum poetry, and she's actually working as a writer in residence at a number of physics institutes. She went to CERN. She went to a number of places for exactly that reason, to try and explore what it might mean to, I guess, the famous thing, like poetry's 50 years behind painting. As I think it was Kenneth Goldsmith, right? Well, I think that it all is 50 years behind physics and scientists. Like the scientists are coming up with these like completely like whacked out, amazing models of how things can be, with a sense of aesthetics too. Like there's a certain elegance that they talk about, and so there's that the kind of elegance of conception of, even if it's like super complicated and what seems like irregular, it's not, but it's just a higher level of patterning that we're not seeing. And you have to go to the 5th dimension or the 11th dimension or whatever, to be able to see the operating principles. And they are doing that. So I wonder, like if we should be thinking of it in those terms. And in some cases, it means really it's just a more complicated explanation of what we've always done, because things that seem irregular, maybe patternless or constraint-based, well, if you look at them in a certain way, actually they're operating into a very highly constrained or highly organized set of principles. It's just not obvious when you reduce them to like, hey, every time the letter A shows up in Shakespeare, it doesn't seem to be regular. No, you're right, it isn't. He doesn't use it every constraint, but he does other things that have constraint principles on a higher level, maybe, in some kind of quantum criticism. Maybe you could account for it. And they certainly have done this in AI, right? People read the probability theory, whatever levels of 5th level Markov, whatever it is, probability, they can start making things that actually seem an awful lot like the text that they've examined. So I wonder, and we can start constructing those things, and except not 5th level, there'd be some other whatever level of probability that we're able to create or conceive of.
I definitely think science can teach art a lot. And I don't know if you know, I studied physics at university, my subject. So, and the further you get into it, the more you realize that things that are being described are so different from the world we observe.
Yes.
They can only be understood by metaphors within metaphors within metaphors.
Right. So I don't understand any of the physics part, but I hear some of the metaphors I could get. And so when I hear science, I love listening to physicists doing that. I mean, the math is and the physics is far beyond me, but I can, so to understand that, and even the process whereby they are trying to create metaphors, nested metaphors, is so interesting to me. Part of what I hope to do in writing is to be able to imagine things that I can't imagine, or that are beyond the ability to imagine. Bach could write a fugue, in however many parts, and parts of them are backwards and backwards upside down and all this, and he could imagine these things and he could improvise them, like just like that ability to be able to see that kind of higher level pattern, but it may be in a quantum way, I guess, to try and push my sad and sorry brain towards that, and maybe part of the work then is the reader seeing me push my sad and sorry brain in that direction, but not making it because I'm not Bach, right? So that, or I'm no Anthony Etherin, So, but like you can see the patterns working or not working, and that itself is an interesting process metaphor.
You'll know Anthony Etherin.
So relieved.
You're a very good Gary Barwin.
Well, thank you very much.
and part of that is being a very successful novelist. So I want to go back to what we said about setting the parameters of your world. When it comes to writing prose, then, when it comes to writing a novel, how much time do you spend in advance thinking about the rules of the universe you're going to be working in? I don't
explicitly do that. I guess it's more, and I think for me, with more of it, it's more of an intuitive sense. I'm aware of the tradition, I guess. So when I'm writing from it, I know the way, if I'm doing a speech act, if I'm speaking in front of my grandmother, or if I'm speaking in front of a police officer, I might, I would invoke certain kinds of constraints in the way, I'm aware, I have an awareness of the social constraints around that particular language moment. So I guess the same thing with novels. I do think about that, and then I let it evolve organically, I guess. I mean, it's a funny thing. I mean, my first novel that did well, here I am, a poet, used to, selling 200, 300 copies of a book, and then, and then I had this book that was this like bestseller, right? So that's mind-boggling. It was about a 500-year-old immortal gay Yiddish-speaking parrot narrator, right? So it's really hard to know. Like my wife was like, really, Gary? That's your mainstream? Like that's your engagement with the understanding of, and this current novel has the guy finds his testicle after 20 years frozen in a glacier in Switzerland, and one of them rolls down the side of the mountain and destroys a bunch of Nazis, right? Like, who knew that this was, but I do think because there's some aspects of humor in it that also allows a different path into communication. So I guess when I'm writing something, different things, like when I write books for kids, I'm also aware of the constraints. Like, okay, I'm writing for a 7-year-old kid. It's a picture book. There's certain limitations. But as with all these things, you have to be aware of how they normally go and sort of the language within, and then also try and do something inventive within that, right? It's not a set of rules like when you're building an IKEA bed or something where you must follow it or else you'll be left with extra parts and the thing will fall down. It happens to me anyway. But to rather like more organically take it on and come from a sensibility so that it actually it feels you're engaged with the tradition in an energized way, not just following rules. Because not only I wouldn't want to do that, and it wouldn't be fun to write or interesting to write. I would feel it wouldn't be interesting for the reader either. I mean, good genre work, if you're writing a detective novel or a Western or whatever, still has a kind of liveliness within the form. I mean, there's certain things that remain fixed, but there's something, they bring energy and invention to somewhere. Like if you're writing a haiku, you know how many syllables it's going to be, right? It's like another bloody frog, right? But but hopefully you're going to be able to do something interesting within that's going to surprise and delight or amuse or intrigue. So you have to do something different. You can't change the syllable pattern and you can't change, whatever, but you can change some other element of it. And that's part of the pleasure is you see the things the same and the things that are different. That's a pleasure of any form or any expectation. Within the convention, something interesting happens, and maybe the play of those two. And then maybe you can change some of the rules a little bit. You can kind of push. So, I mean, I would say that with the novels, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do both within a certain set of kind of operational principles of literary novels, have play with what's possible within a set of conventions, but also change some of the conventions a bit, right? Without it being unrecognizable and outside of it. And to me, it's a kind of a fun constraint-based play, right? Just as it is writing something, some other more, experimental poetry that uses a more specific constraint, or like the book that I've done with you, it's like, okay, it's all ampersands. It's like another bloody frog. It's another ampersand. Okay, well, if that remains constant, what else can I change? And what does that do? And what's the experience of looking at it, reading it, and what can it do aesthetically, and what can it mean, and how can it engage the reader in different ways?
I wrote a novel which will never see the light of day. No.
Oh, wow.
It's not good enough. And I wrote it I suppose I didn't want to do too much work in preparation. So I just sat down and wrote it, which seems like a very free thing to do. But of course, that created constraints every chapter because I put something into the story and that had to be explained. And then the explanation brought up another issue. And that was actually very good fun. I just wish the result was better.
Yeah, I mean, I did find that, coming to writing novels from, I guess, from an experimental poetry tradition, thinking about constraint. Yeah, you have something in chapter 1, and then now that's another constraint that you've added in, and then you can play with it and be inventive with it, and it is realized in a way that's not that defies expectation, but yet you still have to deal with the contention of, I mean, whether it was all a dream, or whatever, or you can't trust that narrator. It still, you have to deal with it in some way. And yeah, to me that is a pleasure. The other thing I found, which I really liked, and I think this does happen with constraint-based writing in general, when you develop a certain facility with it, is the novel, because I had to deal with an increasing set of restrictions and continue on, it pulled out more from me, both technically, as well as, I would say, emotionally, because the challenges kept getting, the stakes got higher, but the challenges kept getting more, and so I had to kind of, in a way, dig deeper into my own repository of ability and ideas of writing in order to be able to pull it off. And I found that really amazing. I mean, you hear these like cross-Atlantic swimmers say, yeah, in mile 300, I had to, I went deeper into myself, and I mean, kind of like that. And I found that so great because it forced me to expand the range of what I did, like what I thought I could do, because I had to, otherwise the whole thing would fail. And so, I mean, I didn't do it just happily, like, no, I'm going to push my limits. I mean, I tried to do that, but when I really had to, because 150 pages in and I just have no clue, and I really have to, it just sort of dragged it out of me, which was exhilarating, right? And I'm thinking about that a lot, about how that works in my other kind of writing. So what things in the writing drag out more from me as a person, as a writer, my experience of writing and my idea of what writing can be, as well as my own sense of self, I guess, or sense of me as a writer, or whatever it is. And hopefully then the reader gets some of that too, right? Because they encounter that, and that maybe they have some kind of active engagement with that.
I mean, I guess the challenges that arise from poetry and writing a novel are very different. Which is harder overall, the novel, I imagine, as a test of endurance? Well,
although on the other hand, you write a poem. One thing about a poem, you can write many poems are small, and you can work, the particular iteration of that book, maybe it doesn't take so long. It fills one page perhaps, but then it's like, okay, but all those poems connect to the other poems as part of a larger project. So there's that. It's like, okay, I wrote a poem yesterday, then it did these things and it explored this, but now I want to do something. I don't want to just replicate that poem. It's not how one wants to do it. You want to, see more, push it further, follow up on the implications that you've got. So in that sense, it's a different kind of a thing. I mean, it's not like, to me, a novel feels like you've been thrown into an enormous pond and you have to make it across, and maybe you're underwater the whole time until you finally get up at the other edge, and so you have no choice but to be immersed. It feels like poems are a series of sprints, and each sprint, if you're, say, an Olympic runner, it's all part of your career, but part of your overall goal is to go faster, I guess, to win more medals or whatever it is. Like each one it's individual, but it's in the context of a much larger project, and that all forms part of what is sprinting, and so what is poetry, and then you would publish your selected sprints, you'd gather it together in a book, or maybe something that says something about a particular kind of, these are all the sprints I wore wearing these shoes, and then you put that in a book, right? Something like that. There's an easy metaphor. I guess I find each area has its own challenges, and part of it is what works, how one's brain naturally works. I feel I'm much more comfortable writing smaller things and going in for those, like the sprint, like going in deep, being completely immersed in that short experience and that super fast experience, and just work, like using pushing myself to the very limit like a sprinter would do, which is different than the kind of endurance long. And so I've really enjoyed learning about other aspects, like other conceptual muscles, other cognitive muscles that I get to use in these different situations that I maybe didn't even know I had, or that I'm working on. Then you get the kind of cross, like I'm in, to me, at the kind of cross pollination. I'm learning things from having written the novel that I'm really hoping to bring, that I'm trying to bring into my writing, my poetry writing, and vice versa. Certainly, when I went to write the novel, it's like, there's all this stuff that I can bring to writing a novel, having written many things before that, but not a novel. I can bring that I can bring those kinds of poet-informed writing into the writing of a novel.
It's very useful, isn't it, having an interest in so many different areas of the arts, because you've got music to influence your poetry to influence your music. And now poetry can influence how you write a novel. How you write a novel can influence your poetry, and they all tie in together.
And the moment I get difficulty, I can run away to the other art and just not have to deal with it. So it's really great. But I mean, there is a certain kind of energy that, like, jumping back and forth. There is, I mean, as much as that is actually true, it's like, okay, that's hard. I just can't get this poetry to work. I'm going to write to write a piece of music. But there is a kind of energy about jumping back and forth. And I mean, I don't know whether it's because I feel really like the creative state, you're in a certain kind of creative state that then you can use that energy to jump into another creative state, or the contrast or something like that. I think is I find it really productive and enjoyable. I would say, like, it's just fun to be able to make stuff. I mean, basically,
Yeah.
And it's fun to be able to make a bunch of different stuff and be able to choose, I guess, right? When it's just whatever seems to be coalescing, I can choose that thing. And also sometimes it really does happen where I'm trying one thing and it just doesn't quite work, but it ends up morphing into something that becomes a different art, like a piece of music that's just not quite working, and it ends up becoming a poem.
Oh, that's interesting.
So
how does that, if you could give me an example?
Well, I guess I was thinking in that specific case, I was thinking more of when I'm doing kind of programming stuff. I'm doing some kind of I'm writing a piece that's basically based on probability, and it said like, oh wait, you know what? Instead of using that, if I make them words, look what happens, and then all of a sudden it becomes interesting, and it's opened up a path to explore the way these words are working together, rather than I thought they were going to be notes or sounds, and there's nothing happening. But being able to say, okay, no, let's make this a poem, and using language and using grammar, it all of a sudden, it becomes charged and interesting for me, and so I could do that. So there's an example, and I guess also like even not that's with programming, but even if I'm using something I have an idea for something that I guess is the non-computer version of that. Like I think it's going to operate like this, and then I think it's not working, but let me try it with words, and I sit, and then it unfolds in an interesting way. So I mean, I love the ability to do that. Or it worked really well when I tried it as a piece of music. Let's see if I can try it as writing, which may or may not work, but it might end up. But the fact that I start and it may fail, but then I end up finding some other interesting thing to follow. Like I guess I really believe in that, just like following my intuition, and not there's a point where I have this pure idea of some process or something I'm hoping to do, and working harder at it so that I can actually realize it and it becomes successful, or abandoning it at some point and not worrying about it because I've uncovered it has the function of uncovering something that's interesting to me, and then I just follow that instead. It's like I'm going to go see this old church, but on the way I found this other path that seems interesting, and that's cool. I'm just going to follow that path, and I end up, in these woods that were really beautiful, that I really liked. So I guess I trust that. I mean, I guess it's like, when if you're doing a writing workshop and somebody suggests a writing prompt, a writing activity, and you start, and I always tell my students this is like, here's the prompt, but if instead of following the prompt, it somehow evokes something else that seems interesting to you, just go with that. It's just to get you going, though being aware that it's good to try stuff that you find difficult and can't do, just to expand what's possible for you. I think that's an important thing to do, at least in terms of, well, I think in terms of being a writer, but also in terms of being a student as well.
So we've talked about music and poetry and prose. Of course, visual poetry is a big part of your poetic practice, and
yes,
I understand you have a new book out.
Yes, indeed. Yes, it's by some obscure British publisher that's just publishing books that nobody wants, and yeah. No, I'm so delighted. It's really, really great, and I do love what Penteract does. It's there's things that are related, but also not, but also quite diverse. So it's a nice, a bunch of different kinds of things that all work together in terms of the publishing program, which I really like. I mean, you clearly have an aesthetic and a kind of a agenda, if that sounds doesn't sound too pernicious, but like you have things that you're interested in publishing, and they all kind of connect in interesting ways, and there's connection between them. Like visual poetry and constraint-based poetry is interesting connection. Like how is a palindrome? Like what is the stuff, the pleasures and interest in reading that? How does that relate to like a non-pattern visual poem? Like that's really interesting. I think that's a fruitful line of inquiry to have those things coming out together. So I really like that.
Yeah, it's something I've thought a lot about recently, trying to how in the simplest way how to explain this connection between constraints and concrete.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I do it is to say, if you think of a straightforward example of one of each of these areas, you'd have a calligram, so a pattern poem. So you've got it's still a textual poem, but it's in the shape of an object.
Right.
Okay. And then let's say you've got a sonnet where it's a normal poem, but it just happens to have to follow this rhyme scheme. But then if you go a bit further with constraints, you make it more constrained. A lot of the traditional virtues of poetry start to disappear or mutate in some way. You can't quite say things the way you want to because you've got this very difficult constraints coming,
right,
just changing everything. And you can go further and further into that until you've got something that isn't really semantic at all. It's all about the geometric ideal of the poem.
Right, right.
And then with visual poetry, you know, if you focus just on how the poem looks, again, you start to lose the semantic qualities that get to asemic poetry. Both concrete poetry and constrained poetry are definitely forms of poetry, but they're kind of reaching towards something that's more of a geometric ideal. So that's kind of how I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, there's that. Gregory Batts just published a book. It's Sweet Forms, I think it's called.
Yeah.
So I mean, which to me is like the middle point. Like he took Shakespeare sonnets and every kind of rhyming syllable, or every syllable rhymes with some other syllable, and so he gave it a corresponding color, and then made a like a infographic of all of them, of all of the sonnets. But it's this beautiful visual poem. But yet it's also all the constraint kind of or all, you know, all the patterning of the textual poem, but also but visually presented. So it feels like that's the point exactly in the middle of what you're talking about. No, absolutely. And just on a simple level, like, because you're looking at, you know, at textual poetry, you still are looking at constraints, whatever the constraint is. There's a patterning in language, as we talked about, in whether it's sonnets and rhymes and meet the meter of it, or whether it's just more freely in free verse. But there's still patterning, or just in language itself is patterned, because it's visual poetry, like everything else in the world, partakes of those same kinds of patterns, whether it's repetition, variation, inversion, you know, I mean, any of those kinds of things are just built into the kind of categories that visual poetry might work with, or that it's, by avoiding that, it's kind of relating to that, right? It's a pattern, you know, what kind of pattern is it? It has no pattern. It's deliberately avoiding pattern. And so, but you still read it in relationship to what is possible, right? If it's just like a mass of color that doesn't seem to have any pattern, well, that's still speaking to a tradition that there could have been pattern and there isn't. So, you know, I think that's how we read, right?
Yeah. So if we look at the idea of constraint poetry as allowing the form to become more important than the words, and visual poetry in a slightly different way, the form becoming more important than the words, you've chosen one letter for this book.
Yes. Yes.
On, which is right, great. That's a limit case for it.
Yeah. I think I should have done like 700 more though, if I wanted to do, you know, some people, some of our friends that we know would have done like every possible version of, but but I mean, it is that it's taking one form and then creating many variations on it to sort of to see what is possible and to really examine it from many different angles, and to give, in a way, it's giving a full portrait of something, but it's also, it just becomes at the same time it's the opposite, which it just becomes a medium for which there are exploration of color and form, I think, and other aspects of visuality and of meaning, I guess. And I would say, yeah, I really like the ampersand because it's this weird liminal text object, because it's not a letter really. I mean, and sometimes, you know, they do say the alphabet, and they would have ampersand was sort of at the end, like as an honorary letter. I mean, it's right. It comes from E and T, the Latin for and, but then they kind of melded together into this icon. So I like that it's this thing that's not a letter, but it's made out of two letters. So already it's doing something interesting visually, and then it's become this, and it's a beautiful shape, and because of those letters became rounded, and you know, with the form of making they lose their individuality, and it becomes this other form which has a number of interesting visual elements to it, like it crosses in the middle, it has two spaces, like two, because where it loops around, so that's and so the roundness of that versus the kind of X square, the non-roundness of the other part of it. So it has this sort of as a letter form, it's already kind of lovely, and it's got contrast and sort of complexity built into it. And it's also so yeah, I mean, and as a not a letter, and it's sort of it's a conjunction, so it's not punctuation, but it's not. It's sort of it's sort of in between things. It's not punctuation, but it's not it's a word, but it's not a word because it's this visual form of the word. And as well as the kind of conceptually, I love the idea of what does it mean to and, what does and mean? Like what is conjunctuality mean? Like what is to and something? Like it joins things together, so that itself, like what does it join? It's just, or is it just the idea of joining itself? And also the letter itself is two joined. The letter form is two joined letters already, so it's sort of embodying its meaning. So yeah, I just find it as a symbol really interesting, because I guess it is like a symbol, like a math sign, like the plus. Well, it's different than the plus. It's like the plus, but it's not quite, because it's grammatical, but it's sort of like that. It's kind of fascinating. And I would also say that the plus sign is also kind of embedded in the ampersand as a sign too. So that's curious. And then the idea that, like, I love the idea that you could take mathematical symbols, plus, equals, whatever, and you could do them in different fonts, right? Like that seems really strange and magical. And same thing with, certainly with the ampersand, right? There's a million different versions of it, though pretty much I keep to the kind of Times ampersand with serifs on it. Yeah. Not only because I'm a general serif aficionado, and I just like the fact that they're these they're sort of functional because they help with reading, but they're extra little decorative endings on the end of, like, sort of Roman columns. They have these little turns aside that are part of the letter but not part of the letter. So yeah, I mean, they don't all have serifs. Some of them are, some of the pieces are sans serif, but just the idea that that's in play.
Yeah, I'm also a fan of the ampersand, and any letter like that. I like the thorn, that letter, which I've used to write palindromes with, because suddenly it opens up the vocabulary.
Yeah, yes,
it's great.
Yes, beautiful and useful. Yes.
Yeah, so there's just something fascinating about the outcast, isn't there? The exception. And without making too much of a deal of it, I also see it as, I mean, it is a bit the other, right? It's the alphabet and it's other. It's this thing it's part of the mainstream alphabet, but it's also not. Like, I mean, I do think of it metaphorically that you can get that from it. What is it that it is? Like the thorn used to be a letter and now it's not used in English, but it's historical, but we know what it means. And so it brings with it a present history. But yet it's speaking to things that we currently use, like the letter sounds. An ampersand is like that. So it's also the idea that it's like, and it's joining, it's inclusive, but yet it's also not inclusive. It, like, what do we do with it? What do we do with somebody who doesn't fit into the mainstream, or an idea that doesn't fit into the mainstream, or that's just beside, or that maybe problematizes what it is, what is the set of all things that are official? And has this sort of rich sense about it. Yeah, and you've done amazing things with it. It's Ampers&thropocene. Oh, I said that right first time. It's very colourful, very varied. 50 pieces, 49 pieces. I can't remember. Something of that order.
Yeah.
And I bet it was fun to make.
Yeah, it really was. And I mean, a bit, we were talking about the novel and pushing it. It's like, okay, well, I made many more, and I picked the ones that I didn't use all of the ones that I have made. For some were just less interesting, and some also they just felt they were from a different kind of a project. They're more of the black and white ones that I'll do something else with that weren't part of this set. Seemed to be like a certain kind of investigation into a certain way of thinking about it. But I like the novel having to, like, okay, now I'm going to do another one. Okay, what is possible? What is there? What haven't I thought about? And so that there's that pulling it out of me. I mean, both in terms of visual invention, but also just what are my responses to this symbol? So I found that, I mean, doing so many of them gave me that opportunity. And the other thing about it's nice is that then you start connecting things, like this one's a bit like that one, but it's doing more of that kind of thing, but it's also a bit like that one, but that one does it in that's something different. So you start creating other relations between the individual pieces. So it becomes more of a long, like, it's not quite a long form piece. It's not all one poem, but yet they relate in many different ways. So in a way it becomes like a serial poem where the different parts connect to each other in different ways and set up, I don't know, expectation or resolution or variation.
Yeah, when you sent them to me, that they weren't in any specific order, so that was quite interesting. I suddenly noticed these patterns. Oh, yeah, these ones clearly go together, and these ones go together.
So I mean, I think there's always. I mean, I like the order that we picked to really bring out that. But I mean, I like the idea that for pieces like this, I often have trouble knowing exactly, because in a way, one version would be to have them every time you open the book, it would be different. So you see different patterns. I mean, you kind of do that when you read, because you make your own connections and then you store them in your brain. You remember it, like you see that one connects to that in ways that you didn't think. And by ordering them a certain way, we're maybe privileging the possibility of certain connections, at least, in the first read. So, I mean, because there's so many different ways that anything relates to any other thing, right? That's possible. But there's also something like, okay, well, this is one way through it that is a satisfying and interesting way through it. And then you can imagine within that, what are the other ways through it that other points of connection. So I found that process itself really interesting. And when you make, and even making it, it's like, okay, I've explored this. What more can I do with that? Or what, or what does that suggest, that next thing, right? I was surprised, you take the form and you put take an ampersand and you put a version of it beside it. It's like, oh, well, that kind of, it looks, that sort of doing it that way starts looking like certain kinds of indigenous art. It's surprisingly, right? I was like, certain things showed up like, oh, I did it like that. And that ends up like I cut off a bit of the ampersand and stuck it back on again in a different way. That looks a little bit like an Arabic letter. I was surprised at this sort of secrets that the ampersand held, like, or basically a sign just evokes all these others. We want to connect it to things. It's like pareidolia. We want to see other things in it. And it's a very suggestive letter form. So I think it's ripe for that, to allow us to see many other kinds of, have lots of associations, I think. Yeah. So that was a delight to create it, to play around with it, to see what was there.
The Arabic one, if it's the one I'm thinking of, that's one of my favorites. It's a really beautiful one.
Yeah, it's well, thank you. I mean, I'm amazed how it sort of seems really kind of elegant. And I used that. So, I mean, that was when I think I cut, I cut a bit of the ampersand off and stuck the top back on again. And the back is a maze, like a labyrinth. And it has a certain kind of elegance. And I love that, because I guess I'm exploring the materials, not coming to with a specific aesthetic, like I'm not like, it's not like in a science experiment where I have a hypothesis and I'm trying to prove my hypothesis. I'm allowing the forms, just by being creative play, to suggest things. And so then after I see a possibility, I might then, push that possibility through color or through arrangement to make it seem more, that make it more present, that thing that I'm seeing, and then go further in that direction. But the idea that I didn't have any particular agenda other than to explore the ampersand in all the and in all the what it might suggest, and so these things is like, oh, that's so interesting. It does look like, I hadn't thought of it. It looks like an Arabic letter, or the things that started looking like in West Coast indigenous art, and of course I have, those I know I have those images in my mind, but it sort of felt like it suggested it to me. By playing with the forms.
Yeah, this is how I like art anyway. I mean, especially working with constraints, I quite often don't know what I'm writing about until I find out during the process what I'm writing about.
When I teach writing, I talk about two ways that the creative process happens. One is inside out or outside in. So inside out is you have a feeling, you have an idea of something, and then you find words to clothe it. You find a way to say it. You find a way to express it the best way. Or the outside in is like, you have a bunch of stuff and you play with it, and that leads you into what, of course, it's your own associations, your own way of playing with the material, your own thought world or emotional world. And to me, that that's the most fun, because and often it leads to more surprising places, but also I would say deeper places in you, because it's not your first association. It takes an oblique route, like through a back door, into some other, I often find, richer, more complex way that you actually feel or think or can imagine things. So I love that process.
I think that'd be another way to define what Penteract Press does. I think we're in that second camp.
Oh, that's lovely. I like, and I like the fact that it may not be obvious to people, but having a constraint is freeing in that sense, right? It's, you do a hyper constrained palindrome that's just got crazy amount of restrictions on you, but actually that opens up this other thing to be the more free than if you just said, okay, here you go, use any word you know in any way you want.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's something really beautiful about that. And I think that's something profoundly human, right? Like about how we take things and make things that are familiar or unfamiliar, or how we recognize patterns, or how we work with restrictions and are able to find freedom, or vice versa. I mean, all of that, I think, is the whole process itself is deeply interesting and important and relevant. And it's not just some arbitrary, bizarre OCD constraint kind of thing that people might think was reductive and in a way over-determining, right? Like some macho display of virtuosity. I mean, it can always be that. Anything can be a macho display of virtuosity.
I don't know how macho it is, but
no, I don't think it is. No, but I mean, I think people could like, okay, I can control matter through the force of my will and my own virtue. Like, that's always a possibility. As I'm joking, but I think patriarchy can attempt to control and exert its will over anything and take. However, there's this delightful play that's not at all that, which is about freedom and letting go, right? You're working with a constraint, and so you're not trying to form. You're trying to let the object, the constraint, lead you, rather than exerting your will. You're trying to be subsumed by the process and allow it to take you to a new place.
Yeah, and this is the importance of picking the ampersand and saying I'm working with this, rather than saying, okay, I'm going to do a book where I can play with any letter I want.
Yeah, and and also, like, okay, this is what my agenda is with the ampersand. I'm here to, as opposed to, okay, I'll pick the ampersand because I really love it, and it's got all these. It's a really interesting thing to investigate, and it speaks to me, and it seems to be there's a lot I could do with it, and so now let's go. Let's see where it takes me, and that it's like I'm a kind of flaneur, right? It's a derive through the possibility of where it might take me, and there's certain constraints, like there is, say, in a flaneur, you can't fly, you have to walk around, and but it's what can I do, right? So and having a kind of ongoing relationship with a letter form is something interesting. I love that the Canadian poet B.P. Nichol had a favorite letter. And he had, did all H with his favorite. And so what does that mean? Well, it means you have a specific relationship to it, and it kind of, you can come back to it, and you can, it keeps at as you change, it brings back different, your engagement with it changes. So it's a kind of organic, ongoing relationship to it and the more you bring to it, the more you get back. So I guess I feel like similarly with using the ampersand, the more I'm able to bring to it, as an artist, as a writer, and as a person, the more without overplaying that, I don't want to sound like, I come back and I am able to, but I mean, I think the Ampersand Institute for Psychoanalysis, like we're going to talk about ampersands for years of therapy, and you'll come back a better person, more self-actualized, more self-ampersandized.
Well done. It's better than my attempt to say the title. I feel like I have to re-engage with the thorn now. I feel like I have this desire to get back to working with the thorn.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I mean, I think it's a amazing letter. It's so interesting, and again, like, it is a letter and it's not a letter. I mean, it is part of our language, and it isn't. It's all these things, right? So yeah, so I mean, I just think the more you bring to it, and the more by an ongoing exploration of it, you just come back with more different things, and it takes you to further places. I suppose if I had to make a hamburger for my supper every day, I would come up with more and more inventive hamburgers, right? I presume, or
I hope so.
yeah, I mean, or completely give up and lose hope. Like, this is the conceptual hamburger. It's all condiments. So here, Anthony, it's just a little piece of ketchup, and I want. But I'm speaking here about the absence of hamburger in these hamburger threatened times, and I want you. Yeah, you could do it.
But don't. So this is, I'm going to say it again, and I hope they get it right. Ampers&thropocene. That was okay.
Yeah, good.
So 15th of August is the official publication day, but you can buy it now. It's up for pre-order. So what's next for you? You mentioned your new novel. I don't think you mentioned the title.
Oh, yeah. So I have this new novel coming out next year. It's called Nothing the Same, Everything Haunted, The Ballad of Mottle the Cowboy. So that's done. So I'm excited. I've got a number of collaborative poetry books that I've written with people. I just did a new collaboration with the poet Tom Prime. We wrote a book, Cemetery for Holes, last year, but we wrote another book that really is pushing the limits. And in a way, like I was talking about, or we were talking about being open to process and to surprise, working with people. Like, okay, we're just gonna write a book together. Without any preconceptions, it leads you to all sorts of interesting places. So we have that book that we've finished and hoping to find a home for it. And also another book I wrote with Lillian Netrikoff, another book of collaborative poems, is also very different. And I've been working on a lot of multimedia work, both with video and sound and text, both entirely my own work, as well as with some different visual artists working with their visuals or their videos, and creating text and music to go with it. So that's been really an exciting thing. I guess for me to have a lot of different projects on the go is I like that. It just feels like it's like a rich context to wake up in the morning to, like all these things happening that I can be doing.
Do you have that? You wake up and you decide, well, this is the one I feel like doing today, or do you have to pressure yourself sometimes and say, no, I'm supposed to be doing this today?
Well, so sometimes I'm supposed to be doing something, and then that makes me extra charged to do the other thing. Usually the thing that I'm avoiding is not the creative work. It's like, okay, now I have to do my taxes, or now I have to mow the lawn, or now I have to do whatever. And I just, but sometimes, like with a novel, one of the things about a novel is just long. So I have to be disciplined. Like, it's not going to happen accidentally. I have to actually motivate myself, and I set up like a minimum number of words and all of that. I've got a new novel that I want to start writing, and I'm going to have to start that process with myself. So, because it's hard work, and I know the implications of, if I write the first 2 words, I know there's going to be, 79,998 words that have to follow. And I know that's a big deal. And so the weight of that means I have to push. Once I get into it, it's more fun, but I have to start that process to make myself go. Sometimes I'm like lying in bed and go, oh man, I've had an idea. Now I have to haul myself out of bed and do it, because it's like, this seems interesting. But I also often start the morning just, I like that, of like not just saying, okay, before I start my work, I'm just gonna just make something. And then sometimes that leads me to something really surprising. And then I do whatever else I had maybe planned to do. I like that, of being kind of open. It's not so much a warm up as like, okay, before I have any preconceptions, even about being free to explore the ampersand or whatever, just like, okay, I'm just going to start with something and see what happens. I kind of like that before I'm completely alert or flooded in with expectation. Sometimes it happens in the middle of the day when I just like those spaces where you're not, when I don't have expectation, I can just, be free from that, and just it is more close to play and curiosity and investigation. Not that the other things isn't, but it's without any preconceived notions that I'm aware of anyway. Everything's full of preconceived notions, I think.
I've definitely had that feeling of, oh no, I've had an idea, it seems so ungrateful, but
yeah, I know. Especially when you're in bed. Things like, oh, I have to get up. Yeah.
I'll be up all night.
But that's fun though, right? I mean, it's like, okay, now I've got this thing to explore. That's so, that's so intriguing. And what is this thing? And there's that sense of discovery. I mean, it's like, I feel like it's very childlike in a way, right? Like to me, it happened all the time when I would learn about these new worlds that I had no idea about. Oh, I've heard about this guy Kafka. I wonder what that is. And I'm like in middle school. It's like, I've heard about that. My parents have this book that I kind of looks intriguing. It's on the shelf, and I take it down, and and then I was seized with this world, right? This new understanding of things. So that's such a lovely thing that can happen. So I love it when it happens, like with my own work.
I'll try to see it that way.
I mean, it's just, I feel like I once wrote a piece for Reader's Digest. It was some little anecdote about my son getting into trouble with, whatever. Anyway, and so surprisingly, so I wrote this funny little story about him getting into trouble, and then Reader's Digest called my wife to corroborate the story, to fact check, which I thought was hilarious. It was just this like little family anecdote. And out of all the things I've written, I've never been fact checked, like where somebody they didn't call my now adult son to check. They called my wife. So I feel like we should do that. Like I say, it's this delight in discovery. You should call my wife and say, so really, is he so happy and delight, or is is he, like, or is he, like, is it truly like that? But I actually do feel really privileged. I mean, I genuinely do that, to be able to both have this time and opportunity, but also the working in art where I can explore these things, where I can just follow without that external constraint. I can follow these ideas or possibilities. That's, if I was a film writer or a TV writer or something, I wouldn't get to do that. And it's so, both in writing fiction or poetry, I get to see, like, look under the hood all the time and see how it works and take things for joyrides and, into imaginary spaces. Like, how great is that?
It is. It's great. And
I mean, you clearly have that delight too. I know.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And I think I feel a bit guilty sometimes that I get to do this.
Well, our joke, my wife would go to court and like represent somebody in the bail hearing, right? Or like a bunch of people, and it'd be the serious trial, and she'd come back and say, "So Gary, what have you done?" "Well, I wrote this really cool poem that did this and this and that, and like, okay, sort of. And she's, but I represented these people, and like there's one of the murder charges, and I could always say, well, but they'll be back in jail like in a couple of weeks, but my poems will stay. We always have this joke.
Well, on that note.
Yes, exactly.
On that note, Gary, thank you so much for talking to me. It's been a really good chat.
Oh yeah, it's been so interesting. Thanks very much.
To discover more, visit us at penteractpress.com.